stopped looking because I see too much. Diamond shining, but is it really moissanite? Wandering through my success, feeling real high. Taking a chance and a dance with fate, dodging the fall. He said slither like a snake, so you can have it all. Only to find what the money and the power can really do. It's more to success. If not me, then who? When you roll through the trenches and your mindset pulls you, and you ascend to greater heights to make the success truth. Not faking, but making a legacy, something I was sent here to do. If I struggle and learn, and you watching, you learn without going to. And my diamonds, really diamonds, I can share with you. Listening to the beat in the sand, asking, if not me, then who?
Thank y'all. Y'all far too kind for tuning in to my channel. Hit the like button off top. If you're new here, subscribe to the channel. This is a live call-in show. I want to learn from the people that's participating in the show today, give my perspective on a few topics, and let's just have a good time, an educational time. It's late night. If you indulging in some wine and you trying to unwind and have a good time, this is the place you need to be at. Let's go. Let's go. I'm going to break down a few of the topics of discussion that we're going to have tonight. Some unforgotten towns that was owned by Native blacks. That is something that we got to, get more educated on, have conversation with each other about and learn from each other with. Another one of the conversations that I want to have that I seen on the OG Star report yesterday is that the WNBA is considering letting transgenders play in their league. That's another conversation we're going to talk about. Mark Lamont Hill, I want to go back to a Mark Lamont Hill and Candace Owens conversation when Mark Lamont Hill said that he feels as if transgender men can have children. Also, we're going to talk about why do only 10% of the total population of black people live in the West Coast? I got a global capitalism conversation that I want to play. But first, let's get into this conversation about the unknown towns. And then I will accept some calls after we, get educated on this.
There is a map of America that nobody ever showed you in school. On that map, there are towns, real towns, with banks, newspapers, hospitals, schools, and elected mayors. Towns where black families didn't just survive. They governed, they owned, they built. Some of those towns still exist. Some were burned to the ground. Some were flooded on purpose. Some were bulldozed to build highways. This is 15 of them. Number 15, Langston, Oklahoma. In 1890, a black man named Edward McCabe had a plan that terrified Washington, D.C. Flood Oklahoma with black settlers and turn it into a black-governed state. The government moved to stop him. But before they could, McCabe founded Langston. And in 1897, Langston University was established. The state project failed. The university didn't. It still stands today, with over 50,000 alumni. Number 14, New Philadelphia, Illinois. In 1836, 25 years before the Civil War, a man named Frank McWhirter bought his own freedom, moved to Illinois, and founded the first town in American history legally platted by a black person. He then sold lots in that town and used the money to purchase the freedom of 16 family members still held in slavery. He built a town to buy people's freedom, one deed at a time. It is now a National Historic Landmark. Number 13, Rosewood, Florida, January 1923. A white woman in Florida made a false accusation. A mob descended on the nearby black town of Rosewood, a prosperous community with homes, a church, a school, and a Masonic lodge, and burned it to the ground. At least 6 people were killed. Survivors hid in swamps for days. The state of Florida did not acknowledge what happened for 71 years. In 1994, 9 surviving residents received $150,000 each. The land where Rosewood stood is now private farmland worth millions. None of it belongs to the families who built the town. Number 12, Seneca Village, New York. In the 1820s, Black New Yorkers bought land in Upper Manhattan, then considered too far from the city to be worth anything. They built homes, 3 churches, 2 schools, and a community of Black landowners whose property gave them the legal right to vote. In 1857, the city seized every acre through eminent domain to build Central Park. Residents were displaced with minimal compensation. Today, 42 million people visit Central Park every year. Most walk past the small historical marker without stopping. Number 11, Hobson City, Alabama. In 1899, Black residents near Anniston, Alabama were receiving no paved roads, no functioning schools, no city services. Their response was not a petition. They incorporated their own city. Hobson City became the first Black-governed municipality in Alabama, with a Black mayor and Black city council holding real legal authority.
You know, before we continue on, I gotta stop it first because that Seneca Valley, New York conversation, Manhattan, probably the most expensive, most valuable real estate in this country. They used eminent domain to take that property from Black people, and that is a law in the United States of America that is still relevant to this day. You know, you don't own anything in America. Eminent domain is the right to take private land for public use. You know, and the government has did all types of things and created all types of laws to hinder the evolution of the native Black person. This is interesting. Let me let the video continue.
In the Jim Crow South, it is still incorporated today, still governed, just small enough that almost nobody has heard of it. Number 10, Eatonville, Florida. Incorporated in 1887, Eatonville is the oldest continuously operating Black-governed town in the United States. Nearly 140 years of unbroken Black elected leadership. Zora Neale Hurston grew up here. She used the town's people, speech, and folklore as the foundation of her writing, and in doing so, preserved Eatonville's culture in a way most Black towns never were. You can read this town. It still exists, still governed, still fighting development pressure from Orlando. Number 9, Nicodemus, Kansas, 1877. Reconstruction is ending. Federal troops are leaving the South. Black families from Kentucky look at the map and go west, to the flat, cold Kansas plains. The first winter, they live in holes dug into the earth. They stay. By the 1880s, Nicodemus has hotels, a newspaper, and hundreds of residents. Then the railroad bypasses the town on purpose, and the population falls. Today, it is a national historic site, the only remaining Black settlement west of the Mississippi from the post-Civil War era. Descendants still hold homecoming celebrations every year. Number 8, Allensworth, California. Colonel Allen Allensworth was born into slavery in 1842. He escaped, served in the U.S. Army, and rose to the highest rank ever achieved by a Black man in the military at that time. Then in 1908, at age 66, he founded a town in California's San Joaquin Valley, designed from the start as a fully self-governing Black community. He died in 1914, hit by a motorcycle under circumstances historians still question. Without its founder and without reliable water, the town declined. It is now a California State Historic Park, partially restored, still visited. The story of a man born enslaved who spent his final years building a free town is one of the most American stories ever told. Number 7, Renniesville, Oklahoma. Founded in 1903, Renniesville was a small farming community that might have disappeared completely, except for one thing, the blues. Over generations, the town developed a musical identity so strong that it became an international destination for blues musicians. Its annual Dusk Till Dawn Blues Festival brought visitors from around the world to a town of a few hundred people. When economic decline would have erased Renniesville, music preserved it. Sound became the documentation. Rhythm became the history. Number 6, Boley, Oklahoma. Boley in 1905 had banks, stores, a newspaper, schools, a cotton gin, and a fully elected Black government. Booker T. Washington visited and called it the most enterprising Black town in America. The Great Depression hit its cotton economy and families left. But Boley never disappeared. It still holds the oldest Black rodeo in America. running continuously since 1903, every Memorial Day weekend. The town is still there. The rodeo still runs. Number 5. Clearview, Oklahoma. Founded in 1903, Clearview became known beyond farming for one thing: baseball. The town
Hold on, hold on. Thank you, Diane. Thank you, Big Blue Reacts. Thank you to everybody that's viewing the channel. I would love for y'all to call in and give y'all thoughts about the unknown black towns after I play the rest of the video. Thank you for y'all time. Let me give y'all a round of applause. You could be anywhere in the world, but you here with the boy. You know what's interesting about the foundational Black American conversation about indigenous blacks and native blacks and just black people in totality? Looking at this video, what about Oklahoma? I need to be educated. I tell y'all every time when I go live, I don't know everything. I like to learn on screen. I like to be informed on the screen and taught and then give my thought process. But what about Oklahoma is so significant to us that we had that many of our unknown towns there? Educate me, please. Let me let the video continue on.
town produced players for the Negro Leagues during the decades when black players were banned from Major League Baseball. Those Negro League statistics, long ignored, were officially integrated into Major League Baseball's historical records in 2024, 70 years late. But Clearview's players are now part of the official story of American baseball. The town is still incorporated, still there. Number 4, Grambling, Louisiana. Grambling is one of the towns on this list that didn't fall because it built something that outlasted every economic pressure thrown at it. Grambling State University became the pipeline to the NFL during the segregated era when black players couldn't get drafted for most programs. Coach Eddie Robinson coached there for 57 years and produced more NFL players than any coach in history at the time of his retirement. The town is small. What it produced is not. Number 3, Lincolnville, South Carolina. 1867, 2 years after the Civil War. Newly freed black families in Charleston County pool their money and buy land together. That land becomes Lincolnville, one of the first black municipalities in South Carolina. The town built churches that still stand. It established governance that survived Reconstruction's collapse, Jim Crow, and the Civil Rights era. Lincolnville is still incorporated today, still governed by descendants of the people who bought that land 158 years ago. That is an unbroken line. Number 2, Mound Bayou, Mississippi. Isaiah T. Montgomery was born enslaved on the plantation of Jefferson Davis, President of the Confederacy. In 1887, he founded Mound Bayou in the Mississippi Delta. In one of the most violently anti-black environments in America, Mound Bayou built banks, a hospital, schools, and a complete civic infrastructure. Booker T. Washington came. W.E.B. Du Bois came. Theodore Roosevelt came. A man born enslaved to the President of the Confederacy built a free town that presidents visited. Mound Bayou is still there today. Number 1, Greenwood, Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street. By 1921, Greenwood had over 300 black-owned businesses, banks, law offices, hotels, hospitals, a library, a school system, a professional class serving 10,000 people. It was called Black Wall Street because nothing like it existed anywhere else in America. On May 31st, 1921, a white mob burned it to the ground in 18 hours. They shot from airplanes. The National Guard entered black residents while their neighborhood burned. 35 blocks destroyed, 1,256 homes gone, 10,000 people homeless. Nobody was ever prosecuted. The survivors rebuilt. Then highway construction in the 1960s destroyed what remained. The land is now worth hundreds of millions of dollars. The families who built it received nothing. No reparations have been paid to this day. 15 towns, some still standing, some burned, some bulldozed, some emptied out slowly by a system that made it impossible to stay. But every single one of them proves the same thing. When black Americans had access to land, when they
I consider this a good video. Salute the gangster of love for tapping into the show, man. You're greatly appreciated. Thank you for your time, my brother. I would love to hear your perspective on some of these topics. The video that I just got through playing was 12 unknown black towns, but to me, they missed a few, though. But they did catch my attention with the town in Seneca Valley, New York, that was owned by black people. You know what I'm saying? Native black people at that, and the town was took with eminent domain. You know, we never own nothing as long as the government is in place and these laws and rules and regulations are in place, because your home can be took, your private property can be took with the use of eminent domain for public use. So if we was to create our own communities and stuff like that, as long as them laws is in place, what could we really actually do about it? That's what's interesting, because that man that was in the military also had a property in California. You know, they talked about multiple properties and multiple communities that was owned in Oklahoma. I didn't know that we was that significant in the Midwest like that. But they missed a few though. They didn't talk about Wilmington like that, because Wilmington is a very significant place. Wilmington, North Carolina. They didn't talk about the Red Summer of 1919 that happened in Knoxville, Tennessee, and those surrounding areas or whatever. They didn't talk about the Deuces in St. Petersburg, Florida or whatever though. But I say that this is a good video, real talk, and everybody should check it out. I'll put a link to it in the description. And we're going to move along with the conversation, because I got a global capitalist conversation that I want to talk about. And y'all can call in and talk about that video before we move along if y'all want to also, while I read a few of the comments. Real talk. Hold up 1 second. 1 second. Diane said, I saw a video of a family that owned their own town in Oklahoma. They have been trying to get their land unlocked. The town is in the middle of two other lands. I blame our government. Hey, hold up. You know, if anybody is to be blamed, it gotta be the government. Real talk. It has to be the government. Salute, gangster love. I appreciate you, man. Diane left another comment. She said, remember, I told you that the government took their land physically, but on paper, these families still own it. You know, everything is took by the government, or the government gives access to people to be able to take things. Eminent domain is a law that I think needs to be conversed about, you know, more, because we don't own anything for real as long as eminent domain is in place. Real talk. That's just my take about it. I want to know what y'all thoughts about the eminent domain. For black people to have their own communities, for us to receive reparations, and for us to obtain like our own situation, as long as eminent domain is in place, what does it really mean? Really, to be honest with you, because it could be took. I found this very informative. You know, let me turn my do not disturb off. I don't know if nobody called or not. I got do not disturb on, and you know, I don't want nobody be calling in. I be wasting y'all time. I know people got things to do. Okay, okay. So let's play this video. It's about global capitalism. It talks about the prison industrial system and the impact on it. And let's just get to it, man.
I'm reminded that the question that keeps being asked around the world that has to do with prisons here in the United States is this simple question. Why do the United States imprison so many more people as a percentage of its population than almost any other country in the world? And she gave us the answer, because it's not about criminality. It's about controlling a part of the population. You pretend that they are criminals so you can put them in under the heading of criminal. But if you're trying to solve a social problem by putting people away out of the community in an enclosed space, and you can call it criminal, then you get the weird statistic that your numbers are off the chart relative to everybody else. And I have to tell you, because in large part, the people in most other countries do not allow such a thing to happen. And as Americans, you ought to ask yourself, as I do, what is it about our country that allows such a thing to happen and to be perpetuated and to produce? You all know, and I don't want to digress, it costs much more per year to put a person in jail than to give them a decent job and an income. It is outrageously inefficient to do this. We may have a Department of governmental efficiency, but it didn't do anything about one of the grossest inefficiencies that this government has ever perpetrated on people. And if you can see the fakery of calling it all drug related, it's the same thing. The story I told some of you before we went on the official program about those 76 people that have been executed by the United States because they were on a narco boat in the Caribbean or the Pacific over the last 3 months. Those are also being called criminals, being involved in the drug trade. That's what put all those people in jail, being involved in the drug trade. I went to school in the fanciest schools this country has. I was an undergraduate at Harvard, then I got a master's degree at Stanford, and I finished by getting 2 more masters and a PhD at Yale. I'm like a joke. And here's what I want to tell you. Every drug you ever heard of was always available in every room of those institutions that I ever visited.
I want to stop it right there because it's interesting with my background and the lifestyle that I have lived to transform and become the man that I am today. When I heard the conversation about drugs and, you know, how they was blowing up them boats, I assume that's what he was talking about when America was blowing up the boats from Venezuela or whatever, assuming that they was bringing drugs in and how people are devalued who live that lifestyle. You know, a lot of people get into that lifestyle because they don't feel as if they're valued anyway in the first place. And some people have to remove themselves from it if they want to continue to live and move along in life. Well, he is talking about the imprisonment system. My concern about that is that majority of black men is in the prison system. It's a very high percentage of us, but we make up like the least amount of people in the population in the United States. He was saying that the government efficiency is very inefficient to continue to lock people up. I'm not saying that he's wrong, but it got to be some sort of benefit for them to continuously do it. It has to be some sort of profitability or something. I feel like they making money, more money than they are losing money by making you sweat equity. You know, because a lot of people get in there and they don't have no family on the outside. They still want to eat. They still want to purchase things. They still want to consume the things that they like to consume. So they start working for that low wage and they become sweat equity. You know, if you can get laborers for 25 cents an hour, it has to be some sort of benefit to it for them to continuously do it and to heighten the situation and want to lock more people up. Man, I went to my hometown yesterday. It's only a 250,000 population city. And you know, I done traveled the world. I done been to cities with 3 million, 5 million, 10 million people. And I was in that little town. I was like, damn, no police on every corner. They over policing there. So it has to be some sort of benefit to it. And I would like to know y'all thoughts in the comment section of how y'all think about that also. Let me continue to let him speak because I feel like he was saying some very educational things.
And who got arrested? Nobody. Who got invaded by the cops? Never happened. Which person of the young people there was worried that their drug activity would get them into trouble? None of them. This is a social issue, not a chemical issue. Okay, I want to talk to you about this problem of affordability. It's a big, long, fancy word. Don't be misled by it. It simply means what you suspect it means. We got a problem in that a lot of the things we need and want, we can't afford to get. Or if we get one of them, we have to forego another one of them. It's been around a very long time. Not a new problem, not at all. But for a long time in the United States, roughly the last century until recently, mechanisms were found in the United States to give a large number of people an escape hatch, to give them a little extra money so that they could afford many things, more than their parents had been able to afford, and that was a sign that was important. For 100 years. The period is known historically, and it will be looked back on in the years ahead, as the period of the American Empire, when the United States became a global power. That was not always true. For most of the history of this country, it was not true. Remember how it began? I don't mean began with the people, the indigenous folks that were here. We all know the genocide that removed them. Now, if I look at the Europeans who come, they were poor in most cases. They were criminals back home, running away. People in awkward circumstances, which is what the phrase is in German. And they came here, and they had a fairly hard scrabble life. They were given land that had been taken away from the indigenous people and so forth. You know the story. But it was only really World War II. So, a lot of American history from the time of the...
Hold up now. Hold up. We talking FBA conversations. We talking about Native blacks. Did he just say they were given land that was taken by the government from the Native people? Did I just hear that out of this man's mouth? Hold up now.
Independence War of 1776 to World War II, 1942. That's a long time. We were not an empire then. We had been a colony of somebody else's empire, remember? The British, they had a big empire too. What's left of that? Nothing. You know what England is now? A poor, wet, cold island off of the mainland of Europe. That's what it is. It's one of the few countries of the Western world that's in worse shape than we are. Much worse. It is really serious what has happened to the empire once referred to as the sun never sets on the British Empire. Why? Because Britain has so many properties in Asia, Africa, Latin America, that literally as the sun goes around, as we go around the sun, there's always sunlight somewhere on what Britain owns. Now it's almost correct to say that the sun never shines on Britain. That's how far it's come. And before you laugh too much, that's what's happening to us.
Hold up. We got somebody calling into the show.
You are
Gangster, what's popping, gangster?
Trevor, what's up with you, homie? How you doing, sir?
Oh, man, I'm completely blessed, man. Just wanting to have a conversation and learn from the people and everything. Have you been watching the show, family?
I've been watching it, man. I'm glad you brought this subject up.
Yes, sir.
Gentrification, white folks doing what they do best, stealing, and then lying about it.
Is it still an taking? Is it still an taking, gangster?
I want to say it's manipulation.
Okay.
You know, they make these laws, and then they make them to where it's almost impossible for us to navigate around them, because when they do it with what they call law, or back in the days it was called treaties. But truth be told, bro, it's stealing. It's just flat out stealing. It's, you know, my grandfather would say the white man is the greatest magician there is. And the reason he would say that is because when the white man does lies, he does them in front of you, but he does them with his hands tucked, and it's magic. You know, it's something you believe, but it's not real. It's a lie. So it's basically manipulation. So that's what that is, man. You know, they've gentrified Los Angeles. They gentrified Houston out here. Traditionally, in Houston, they have a neighborhood. I'm not sure if everybody's familiar with it, but it's called the Fifth Ward. You know, the Ghetto Boys come from there. They rap about it. You know, poverty-stricken. Used to be like that, but now you have $400,000 and $500,000. I call them shoot-ups. They're houses that go straight up.
Yeah, starter houses, 4 or 5. They used to be 150 10 years ago, but now they 500,000.
Oh man, they started 500,000, and they go up to the sky. They put them real close to each other, and that's because these white folks want to live close to downtown. You know, they don't want to live in the suburbs no more. They want to live close to downtown because this is where their jobs are. So they come over to grandma's house, and they say, "Oh, ma'am, we're gonna give you this much money for your house," and she don't know. You know, she wasn't raised in the era that we in. Exactly. Yeah. You know, they get her on past taxes, or then you got the slimy grindball grandchild who will sell it to the white man, and he'll take it after so long because of unpaid taxes or all the little real estate scams that they have out here.
Can I ask you something though, gangster though? You know, it is you know, we should hold on to our properties and stuff though, but you know, after reading and looking at that video, did you see the part where they was in New York and they took Manhattan from the black people with eminent domain?
So I didn't see that part. I was getting this battery from my headset.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not familiar with New York on eminent domain, but that's a very popular tactic that they use, man. You know, they basically, hey, we just gonna take it. We're gonna offer you this for it, and if you don't agree to it, well, hey, we just gonna take it.
Yeah, that's
part of the manipulation. Yes, sir.
Yeah, most definitely. I don't like that aspect of it, man. I appreciate you tapping into my show and giving your education and your soliloquy, man, because I'm just trying to get up to speed. You know, I come from the tree of the OG, trying to keep it objective and just learn from the callers and the peoples and just have a dope discussion that can further the culture forward. That's all.
Yes, man. Hey, I appreciate you for having me a guest. I'm gonna continue to call in, support your show. You part of the Star Report as well. Yes, so sir. we both gonna make a come up. You next, and I'm next after you, bro. So I appreciate you for having me, man. You have a good night, and I'm gonna continue to watch.
Most definitely. Any way I can contribute to evolving your show and everything you got going on, just hit me up and it's done, fam.
Yes, sir. I will do so. Thank you.
All right. Yes, sir.
Peace. I'm gonna continue to call in, support your show.
Hold on. Diane, turn the TV down in the background, please. I would appreciate you.
It's gone.
How you doing tonight on this beautiful Sunday night, Diane?
I'm good. What's up?
Just cooling, man. Just having a conversation, trying to learn about these unknown towns, about how the government uses laws that they created to hinder black people's growth, and how capitalism is used as they promote capitalism as something that is beneficial for all and give all the opportunity at becoming rich to live the American dream. But it seems as if capitalism is a system that hinders more people than it hurts. But so far of what you heard from the show, Diane, what is of your interest? Thank you for supporting me, and let's further the conversation and help our people.
Okay. So when you talk about, what is it called? Eminent domain or whatever it's called, right? So I've heard the word before. And from what I see that the word means is the government can take it, but the government has got to use it for government things, right? Example. There's a family that this black Democrat guy, I found out who did it for them. This black Democrat guy got them this very expensive property out in California. What is it called? Something Beach in California.
Muscle Beach. It's a lot of beaches in Cali.
Anyway, it's something Beach, right? Black people own this land. The government, so white people bought some land around it, right? And they had this, huge spot. And the white people didn't want the black people there. The government came in and told them that they had to get off of that land because the government was going to use it for something, right? Okay, they never used it for anything. They allowed people to do things on it, like buy the land or build on the land, but the government never did anything with it. Remember, I keep telling you, the government can take it, but they got to do something with it. If they do, if the government, like, say, for example, put a museum on there, right?
Yes.
If you don't do something that's like that on it, then to take it and give it to you just simply means the government took my land and gave it to you. But on paper, I still own that land.
Hold up now. Taz, she said it was called Bruce's Beach also, Diane, in the comment section.
Okay, that's it. So,
but educate me on how can they take the land, because I'm a licensed, I got my real estate license in North Carolina, the hardest state to obtain them. They teach law here. So educate me on how the black person still own the land, but their private land was took for public use by the government, but they still own the land. Diane, educate me, please.
Okay, so let me say this. Let me go back to this. I keep I don't know if you remember me telling you about what's called the PAPL, P-A-P-A-L doctrine. This is very important to know. Now, for the people, this is no disrespect to anybody on your show or anybody listening to this who wants to practice Christianity, who wants to deal with the Bible, who wants to do all that. But let me show you how this land was not a Christian nation. I got to go there first in order to wrap it all the way back around, right?
Educate.
Now, in Europe, where white people derived from, right? The Pope told them to go out and enslave any nation area that they found that was not a Christian nation. Check this out. The only nation that was Christian was the European area, the Pope, the King James that wrote your King James Bible, the gay guy that was married with children. I'm just telling you.
I know. He from Scotland.
Because I came up in it and I was just like, I gotta let this go because this ain't nothing but a slave Bible. Nevertheless, let me continue. The Pope over there wrote what's called the Papal Doctrine. He said, go out and enslave anybody, anywhere that you wanted to. That was, if there was a Christian nation, then you could not enslave them. But remember, Christianity came from that area only, so they already knew anybody else they found was not going to be a Christian nation. Right?
Can I ask you a question? I don't know nothing, Diane, but I'm trying to learn.
Okay, go ahead.
I thought the original Christian Bible was written in Somalia.
No, listen. The people was called, look, some indigenous people he's talking about that Richard Wolff talking about. I don't care what they tell. I don't care what you may think, bro. I'm telling you, that is people like me and you, FBA people.
Yes.
Remember I said to you, I said, if you do not understand that the land belongs to you, you will never understand what's going on with us. I'm telling you, those was our people when Christopher Columbus came here. Those was our people. I told you those 13 colonies, North Carolina, Virginia, all that southern stuff. If you notice, anytime they're talking about politics, they always bring up the South, the South, right? Everything else was added. I sent you a thing of the map each year or whenever, 18 this, 18 that, 18 that, as they add and bought other places. And I told you that the people on those different lands, right?
Yeah.
Those people came with the purchase. That's why the Indians is not citizens. It's in the writing. They cannot be citizens. When we was conquered by 4, 5, 6 different nations. That's why Spain owned this part, so and so owned that part. France, you feel me? The same way. I'm serious. Okay, now let's go back to this proper doctrine.
I'm educated. I'm listening. You teaching me. I want to be taught.
Let's go back to this papal doctrine. I want to get this very clear. When the Pope wrote this doctrine and said, you go out and enslave anybody you find that's not a Christian nation. They enslaved here, Northern America, Jamaica. Look, all of those places. Haiti. None of us was a Christian nation. Mm-hmm. They brought Christianity to you. I'm going to tell you something else because you sent me something I was already watching. Hold up a second. So he said, go out and enslave all of those nations. Now, when they enslaved the nations, right, when they enslaved all those places, they could not undo what they've done. When you read that, as soon as you start reading that papal doctrine, you're going to see the way black people was governed in this country. We was governed, the race, all that stuff was the way they took our land, the way they enslaved us, the way they did do black people with the police, with the race, all that. That papal doctrine said it was okay for them to do that. It's in writing.
I'm going to add it to the next weekend show because I feel like that's important. But I got a question for you because I'm learning a lot from you tonight. You're cooking tonight, Diane. You're barbecuing.
I'm listening.
Now, do you think that they did the enslaving piece based upon white genetic survival, or did they do it based upon obtaining power and finances and implementing capitalism?
Listen, this is what it started out as, and it still plays a part today. Listen, what we don't understand is that, and I learned this from a professor, I don't know what her name is, I've been trying to find this video and can't find it. She said what white Americans understood, the Christopher Columbus, the one that was going out to all these different landmasses, right? Mm-hmm. What they discovered was every landmass they went to, it was people of color called indigenous people. Mm-hmm. That's fact. But what they understood, what Russia understood, what Germany understood, what Spain understood, what the Ottoman Empire, Britain understood, what all those people understood was they got together and said, we're going to take these people down because you know why? If you look at not the way things are now, like let's say North Carolina, for example, right? Mm-hmm. Say you had different indigenous people in South Carolina, in North Carolina. Mm-hmm. Well, if you in your own little area, you don't know who's 60 miles from you, who's 100 miles from you. I'm just using it as an example. You don't know who's 500 miles from you. But when they come over, when they get together and come over, right, mm-hmm. and find you, and just like white people do, they'll figure out who you are, right? And they will take over you. They'll go back. They said that Christopher Columbus sent a letter back to Britain and said, or back over to Europe and said, these people go off of a handshake. All you gotta do it. So now who do you know do things from a handshake? Like, just be honest.
And now I to me in 2026, idiots.
Okay, no. We see that's what we losing it at. That's where you losing it.
Educate me, because I ain't doing nothing off a handshake.
That's where you losing it at. I'm telling you, I don't mean to hold up your show or anything. I think I know other folks want to come in, but that's where we losing it at. I'm serious because we think in 2026. We thinking 1980. No, you got to go back. You got to go back in your mind. My dad was born in 1922. And the reason why I know they're talking about black people, because my dad worked off of a handshake. That's facts.
You know,
Was,
that's true. My family worked off of handshakes too, though. But
there it is.
yeah, black
there
folks.
It is.
Yeah.
And we trusting people. That's why everybody uses us. We're trusting people. That's why I said, if we ever get tribal, and I mean tribal in the way of, you know what, I love you, but it's my people first. White people are in trouble, but they already in trouble anyway. But that's another whole story, because once again, I want to hold your show up.
I want you to can answer this one and land your plane, and let me play some more videos, and please call back in, because I got a power pack show tonight. You know,
I will. Okay.
I understand that we are delineating. You know, we aren't. We really aren't identifying with black no more, because they use black as a way to string all people up that we don't agree with. Actually, we don't live that lifestyle. Do you think we are ahead of the curve of white people? Are they delineating from their indigenous people and trying to find out who they are originally? Do you think we ahead of the curve from them, or was they already on that? Because white and black, it really is a social construct that really doesn't exist. I feel like we're ahead of the curve on them. I'm assuming.
No, we are behind. Let me say this right here to you too. Let me say one more thing. I'm just give me a couple minutes. The Pope just rescinded that papal doctrine in 2023. You may not see it yet, but I see the easing up of the policing of black people, because that papal doctrine was rescinded, and the Pope came out and apologized for the enslavement of people. Right? Okay. Now, you asked me, are we ahead of our time? Oh no. We so behind in time, it don't make no sense. And do you remember that guy that you sent me, and I sent you some stuff on him, but you never responded? The guy that, what's his name? He a lawyer, had them little small glasses on, and he was talking about, what's his name? Hang on. His name is what's his name?
I'm gonna figure it out, because I'll be multitasking, Diane, and you be informing me.
His name is something Riles, Ryles.
Oh, I know who you talking about. He made that video about the biggest lie America ever told.
Yeah,
Richard Wolff.
There it is. Right. I've been following him. I done found him down in Florida. I done found his law firm. Right.
Yes.
And you know what he said?
What'd he say?
He said that we had everything, and the worst thing could have happened was Christianity.
You know, I feel like Christianity is a powerful thing that, you know, I don't associate with also like a religious indoctrine, but you know, it's a lot of people that live and die by that, and they kind of lost. But why do you think that us adopting that religion is the worst thing? Or do you think that?
Yes, I do think that. It don't allow you to fight. They push that on us. Listen, they made the slaves listen. I know they don't tell this part of history, but I found it out myself. They made slaves. They made preachers preach that white Bible, to the people. It don't allow you to fight back. You know what you're waiting to fight for you? For the most part,
the law, the white man, the government.
No, I'm waiting on God to fight. I'm waiting on Jesus to come and you know, we got that bad. I hate it. It's like, damn, like I'm waiting on Jesus. You know what? I'm gonna let God handle that. Listen, please forgive me to the people that's listening. Oh, no disrespect to you, your show, no anything like that. When I come here, I try to be honest and totally. I try to put my own thing.
You're very appreciated, Diane. I ain't gonna let nobody say you laying the law down, and you're very educational. I want you to call back into the show. I don't want you to go too long.
I will. I know. I gotta get out.
Come, let me play a couple of more videos, get the conversation going, and get you back roused up, and call back in about 20 or 30.
Write that papal doctrine down. Please look at it. Read it.
We're doing a show on it next week.
Okay. Bye.
Appreciate you. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Hey, let me get hold up. Let me give Diane a round of applause, man. Boy, hey, she could get the cooking. If I was gonna let her get the cooking, she was gonna get the cooking. Salute the gangster of love. He said, interesting. They love that YT Jesus. Hey man, I ain't against my religious people because they might be lost in the soy sauce or whatever though. But hey, you gotta find your own thing. You gotta find what resonates with your soul the most because everybody it's multitudes of religions and beliefs and all of that. I feel like that word belief, we need to talk about that and explore that also. But I want to play this video. I want us to break this down because Mark Lamont Hill, I watched the Joe Budden podcast. I frequent it. You know what I'm saying? It's a good show. It's a good podcast. It's one of the best in the culture. And Mark Lamont Hill is on there. This is something that's like 4 to 5 years old, but I feel like it's valuable now for me to get into what the OG Star was talking about last night about the WNBA. So this conversation is that transsexual men can have babies. And Candace Owens wasn't tolerating that shit.
Can men get pregnant?
Depends. I know.
What does it depend on?
I know trans men that can get pregnant.
That means it's a woman.
Okay, so Mark Lamont Hill genuinely thought he was about to walk Candace Owens through this whole trans argument like she's never heard it before. Like he's going to explain it nice and slow, and she's just going to sit there and go, "Oh, okay, yeah, you're right, my bad." And Candace hits him with a no so fast it probably gave him whiplash. Didn't hesitate, didn't soften it, didn't say, "Well, it depends," or "Let me think about that." Just no. And that's exactly why this clip went everywhere. Because nobody expects that kind of composure when the cameras are on and the pressure is right there in your face. Let's get in.
I think that we have to do a few things. For me, I think the easy part, and this is the part I think you and I agree on, is that we have to accept, and we should accept people as they present themselves in the world, right? Like if someone says if I told you my pronouns were she, her.
I'm sorry for stopping it so early. I feel like, accepting people for who they are, and no disrespect to nobody, but, I can't accept what isn't reality. I don't have no problem with you, but I'm not going to internalize it and say that it's agreeable or okay because I wouldn't want somebody I love to be in a state of confusion like that because I feel like it's a confused state to be saying that I'm a girl. If I was on here talking about I'm a female, that shit would be crazy to me. But this nigga is up here being agreeable with it. And I listen to him frequently. He has great talking points. He's a very educated man, but sometimes education can, have people lost in the soy sauce. But let them continue on.
You would address me as she and her, right?
No, I wouldn't.
Really?
No, I would call you Mark.
Okay, but you wouldn't call me he.
No, because I mean I would call you Mark. If that was something that made you comfortable. But if I saw you,
and if I said my name was Jane, would you then call me Jane?
If that was your legal name, yes.
But you'd only call me by my legal name.
Yeah, I call you by your legal name. I don't have an issue with that. But I'm not going to pretend. I'm not going to change what these established pronouns for male and female because you say I'm Mark and here I am.
So what do you? So I really want to ask. I'm genuinely curious about this. But first, let me just say, I think that one, this isn't a case of someone thinking there's something that they're not. What people are saying is that there is a misalignment between my sex and my gender.
Disorder.
That's
the point. My mind and my body don't match. That's a disorder.
That doesn't make it a disorder. It just means that the world may be more diverse than we've previously understood it to be, whether we see it in plants, whether we see it in animals. There's all kinds of complexity. And we look in history. I mean, even we go back to the continent of Africa, we look in Asia. There's all kinds of examples of people who have complicated gender performances and complicated.
I'm gonna stop it. I need somebody to. Hey, am I? He said the world may be more complex than we have, accepted it to be. I feel like things are simplified. It is what it is. I think people make it more complex than it actually is. I think people view themselves as more valuable than they actually are. You know, certain we ain't as valuable as we think we are. I think that's the ego playing this part. But you know, he's trying to he's a Democrat type of individual who, they lenient when it comes towards that transsexual stuff, and they implementing it. Obama, I'm sorry, I rock with Obama, but he prioritized the LGBTQ community more than he prioritized Native blacks and black people. But he's saying that the world is more complex, it's interesting, it's confusing, and I feel like Candace Owens is about to put this nigga on the grill.
Understandings of gender and how we perform gender can be different.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess my question for you would be, why, if someone identifies as, particularly in a, someone who you engage with, say it's a colleague at work or whomever, a family member, whomever, if they say, look, I prefer to be called she and her, and I no longer want to be identified by this name, why not just honor that?
If you changed your name, I will honor it.
But why not? I mean, I'm sure you call people by nicknames and all. I'm sure you grew up in a black neighborhood, right?
Mm-hmm.
People, I know you know somebody named Peanut, right?
Yeah.
Right. You don't say, well, that's not your legal name. Your mama named you Joe. I'm gonna call you Joe.
No, I'm saying if a name is one thing, but if you're asking me to change pronouns, I'm not going to do that because these are established pronouns. You're asking me to now change the English language, right? We know why we call female she, her, girl, woman. Okay, these are words that have meanings. These are words that have meanings. So this is a book, right? So could you call this is a book and this is a mug? Could you call this a book and call this a mug? Yes, you could do that if you want to change it, but words have meanings, right? So now if I switch it and you say, well, this mug wants to be called a book, it's a mug. Just a mug. This is the word we've established for mugs. This is the word we've established for books. So you're asking me to change the actual meaning of words to accommodate you. I'm not going to do that.
No,
I'm not going to do that. It is because not only is it a request, you can now get in trouble in certain states.
I'm saying that's not
for misgendering someone.
The request of the trans community is not that I'm actually a man, but I want you to pretend I'm a woman. The argument of the trans community, which I agree with, is no, I am a woman. And so I want you to revert me.
But you're not a woman. So that's the problem. So this is what I say is now you've asked me to take on your mental disorder, right? So I am okay with the fact the argument from my uncle who thinks he's a Native American from a certain tribe is that this is what he thinks. He thinks, but he's not. Okay, so I'm not then to say to me that argument is valid because he thinks it. No, just because you think something doesn't make it real. Okay,
but that's exactly what gender is. Gender is exactly about an experience and a performance and a social construct.
It's not a social construct. Stop saying a social construct. To say that words don't have meaning and they're socially constructed means nothing. And I'll tell you why.
They are.
But you say that, but then let me guess.
This wasn't always a book.
Okay,
this could be called mug.
So then you know what it is? Our entire discussion about Black America meant nothing. There's no such thing as racial injustice. You see what I did there? Because Black is a social construct.
Yeah, but we live in a social reality. So within that social reality...
It can't be both, Marks.
And this is the part that actually got me. Candace flipped the whole argument on its head with one move. She said, okay, fine. Everything is a social construct. Cool. Then racial injustice doesn't exist either. And Mark walked right into it. He spent all that time building this case about gender being a social construct, and Candace basically said, all right then, your entire argument about race just collapsed too. You don't get to pick and choose which parts of reality are real, depending on what point you're trying to make. Either words have meaning or they don't. Candace wasn't having it, and she made that crystal clear. Let me know in the comments if you think Candace completely cornered him right here. Hit that like button. It really helps. Let's get...
I wish I could have found this without Buddy's commentary, but I apologize, y'all, but it's a great conversation. I feel like Mark lost that battle before we get back into this next part with saying that being a transgender is a social construct, because we say black and white is a social construct because it doesn't really even exist. I feel like being trans is a social category. You categorizing yourself as something. It doesn't exist, but you are claiming that this is what it is. And it really isn't a reality. It's just something that humans created to identify with and identify themselves. But I really don't, that it's actually weird. Let me read a few comments because I haven't been reading comments, and then we're going to play a little bit more of this video and we're going to get into another conversation. I appreciate y'all. Real talk. Okay, so Diane said Obama had a whole LGBTQ flag cover over the White House. Facts. Spain just turned the gay ship around. They had to leave. They said they don't want that in their country. That's some European stuff that has been pushed upon us. I feel like, that stuff is being promoted to us the most. I'm here in the 704 in Charlotte, and I see a lot of females that identify as studs. And I see a lot of men with them crop tops on and shit with their navel out and with slides on and bonnets out in public. I am wilding off of that shit when I see it. It's just weird to me. Taz said, Mark stays shilling. I just feel like, it's being promoted to us, and I don't want my people to be just easily accepting of something that doesn't serve you. You got to keep yourself up to speed, keep yourself educated, keep reading, keep learning, because you'll accept some shit that you realize that you didn't even agree with in the first place. She could have left that uncle part out as facts. But this is when Candace Owens was under the act. Real talk. Okay. It is now part of the social and political agenda. You're right about that, Taz. I appreciate you tuning in too, Taz, and I would like to hear your voice. And, as we move along in the conversations, I would really appreciate you calling in and educating us on your thoughts of everything that was heard. Because I'm just here to learn, though, Taz, to be honest with you. But thank you for tuning in to the show. I'm going to play a little bit more of this video and accept callers calling into the show. Thank you.
Back in.
Do you either
Sure it
think
can
that
be.
the gender wage gap is BS, that feminism is wrong, and that racial disparities are all BS because everything's a social construct? You're either going to go full postmodernist and say nothing is real and it's all made up, or you're going to acknowledge that there are some hard, concrete truths. If there are hard, concrete truths, you and I are black, okay? That's not going to change because we wake up and we decide, you know what, today I'm white and it's just how I feel, and today I'm Chinese. No. You and I are black, okay? We are acknowledged as black people. We're sitting down as black people. I am a woman. You are a man, okay? Now, if I want to wake up tomorrow and say I'm a man, you want to say you're a woman, and we want to play the crazy game, we can do that. So then say all of society now is to pretend that it was all a social, no, it was a social contract. You were born a male. I was born a female.
Yes, that's a sex.
We are black. Okay, it's a color though. Black is it's a word that we use to say a sex. Female is a word that we use that has a meaning.
Yes,
it means you are born with a vagina. You can have children. You have a uterus. When you are a male, you are born with a penis. You get a woman pregnant. These words have real meanings. We cannot suddenly get into society where there are no truths.
So to acknowledge a social construct does not mean that we ignore biology, and it doesn't mean that we don't have.
Can men get pregnant?
Depends. I know.
What does it depend on?
I know trans men that can get pregnant.
That means.
I gotta stop it. Listen. Be careful of who books you purchase, because Mark Lamont Hill owns a library. He's an author, and he is saying stuff like this, and stuff like this will be ideology that is adopted by other individuals. That's complete bullshit. Men can have children. Cut the cap out, nigga.
It's a woman. Only one sex can get
That's
pregnant.
a circular argument. That's
It's not a
begging the
circular
question.
argument.
Yeah.
It's proving my thing. There is a truth, a concrete truth. You have to be born with a uterus to have a baby. Only women can get pregnant. The fact that we've arrived in a society
Right,
which
that's
is
the part I'm
even
disagreeing
debatable.
with. That's the part I'm disagreeing
There's
with.
nothing to disagree with it. These are facts. So you can say that this person who is pregnant identifies as a man. That person was born a woman. I can tell you that every single time because only women can have sex, because there are concrete truths about life.
Have babies.
Can have babies, pardon. And that is a hard truth about life. You cannot make that go away because you want to call a man, somebody who has a beard and dresses like a dude, a woman. Only if it's pregnant, I can tell you exactly what it is. It's a woman.
So I'll give you, let's go back to the social construct thing, because then it'll answer the thing you just said. I'm not ignoring what you just said. I want to tie it together. So the idea of, my point was that a social construct doesn't ignore physical realities, right? The social construct is about how we as a society make sense of those physical realities, right? So for example, you said we're black. Sure, right? I'm trying to think of, you pick a light-skinned black person, right? They're black, right? We'd agree on that.
Mm-hmm.
Now let's go to the Dominican Republic.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to PR. Let's go to Puerto Rico. Let's go to Jordan. let's go to Iraq, let's go to Sudan, let's go to Ghana, right? And let's go to South Africa. I'm picking these places very specifically because they have different racial logics and racial paradigms. And what it means to be Black here, it doesn't necessarily mean that it's a universal Blackness. Right? That in Dominican, there might be 5 different other racial categories, right? And there are some light-skinned Black folk here who, when they go to Ghana, get basically seen as white, right? Because of how we socially construct it. Doesn't mean my biology changed. Doesn't mean my physical reality changed, but how society engages this stuff is what makes it a social construct. So similarly, when it comes so I'm not ignoring the realities of race. So with race and racism in America, and then I'm going to take it back to the gender thing. When it comes to race and racism in America, it's yes, biologically we're all the same, right? Black people, white people, there's an infinitesimal difference between a Black person and a white person in terms of our genetics, right? This is superficial stuff. But that's a biological reality, right? It's a biological fact, right? Just like it's biologically true as me being born with a penis, right? But the truth is, but the idea that there's social meanings attached to that Blackness that make people fear me, or that make people think that that person's life is worth more because they're white or whatever, those are social meanings that are arbitrary
Correct.
and different. So to acknowledge social constructs doesn't mean you ignore biological realities.
But you just did that when you said that men could give birth.
So similarly, what I'm saying is that I'm not denying the biological reality of maleness, of the genitalia where it's signed at birth and what we can do with those body parts. I'm not denying that. That's a biological reality. Again, the social meaning I'm attaching to it is what I'm saying is more complicated.
But it's not complicated.
How's it going tonight on this beautiful Sunday night, my brother Eric?
It's going pretty good, sir.
Oh man, I appreciate your conversation and your time. I've been trying to learn from this show that I'm creating right now, and I don't know if you have been watching it though, but it's a lot of conversations that's been going on.
I just jumped on. I wanted to see where we were in the conversation.
Okay. So far, at first we was talking about, towns that has been forgotten that that Black people have created financial institutions and owned the town. Secondly, we was talking about the prison industrial system and how capitalism hasn't been beneficial to us as a whole. Then Mark Lamont Hill, I know you might know Mark Lamont Hill. He talked about men can have children. Woo.
I'm very disappointed to hear his perspective. He's entitled to his opinion, but as I just got on, I wanted to make sure that I jumped in an appropriate spot. I won't say I'm shocked, but I just say I'm disappointed. We'll go from there.
Why do people think that being trans is a social construct? And your knowledge, Eric, of a social construct, I know what it is by definition, but what could be considered a social construct? Because people say Black and white is a social construct. It is in reality. But now he is saying being LGBTQ or being trans is a social construct.
I think you and I have talked about this, and I think, I'd say like this. I would say, number one, I want to know whose payroll is he on? Where financially is he aligned, number one. Number two, the lines can kind of get blurry on these things. I don't know if he is a social scientist by definition, by trade. I know he's a commentator. I don't know exactly. Are you familiar with exactly what is his claim to fame, was expertise in?
Well, he was on CNN at once, but now he talks a lot on his independent platform about geopolitics, and he is on Joe Budden's platform as a person who is assisting the evolution of Joe Budden's platform. But what's crazy about listening to him speak in this aspect is that I don't agree with what he's saying, but it's interesting that he is saying it with a straight face. That I don't know no Black men that will say that I can have a baby.
Let me make sure I'm hearing you correctly. Let me position my good ear to the phone. Did you say he made the claim that he has the
ability to have a baby? Is that what you just said?
A man can birth, a LGBTQ man can birth a child.
And what evidence does he have to support that claim?
He didn't present any evidence, but he said it to Candace Owens' face. And you know, Mark Lamont Hill is a liberal. Candace Owens considers herself a conservative, and both of them
Correct.
probably don't align with each other or whatever though. But
Correct.
it was just
Correct.
interesting to hear him say that, and it was just blasphemous to me to hear him say that also. And I like Mark, to be honest with you, but certain things I just disagree with in totality.
I think he knows better. I think he if you were to talk to him one-on-one at the parking lot as he's getting into his automobile and riding off to wherever he's going, I think he knows better. But I think we live in the days where politics and financial security will get people to say what they need to say.
That's true. That's true. And a lot of people okay, since you educated me on that aspect, do you think majority of these political commentators are sellouts because they put themselves on one side or the other? You know, they are in agreement with whatever in totality.
I know that you and I have talked about this. I grew up watching professional wrestling. I'm certain that you did too at one time, correct?
Most definitely. The Undertaker is the best to ever do it.
Well, there's another gentleman I have to introduce you to. He's a nature boy. That's Ric Flair. He's the best. He's the best.
Okay. He's from Charlotte. He's a Charlotte man also. I know the Ric Flair.
But what I will say for yourself and the listening audience, as a young man, I grew up in Atlanta, and at that time, you know, Atlanta was the mecca for professional wrestling, right? And I remember as a child, and I think this story will illustrate what we're seeing. I remember taking a day off from school. I had to go to the dentist, and it was in the Omni complex when it was the Omni. The Omni no longer exists now. I forgot what it's called now. And at that time, during that time in the 80s, probably in the 80s, yes, that was where you had Gold's Gym was kind of at the bottom. They had an ice skating rink in Atlanta. Anybody from Atlanta knows that. And I'll never forget seeing Hulk Hogan and Sting coming out of the gym, and they were just like regular people, but on TV they were arch enemies. Like I seeing that as a child disturbed me because I only knew them for what they saw on TV. Like they were. That was when Sting went on the quote dark side. You know how they did that.
I think I know where you're going with this now too, though. Keep going, keep cooking, Eric. Keep cooking.
But as a child, I was disturbed because I only saw what I saw on TV. But in reality, you know, these two guys were getting paid to put on a performance. You know, they had a particular thing, and they were very good at it. They were very believable. They were, but, you know, in reality, and I'm, you know, this is looking at the mind of a 10, 12-year-old child. I remember seeing that vividly, never, ever let it go. When I look at this kind of stuff, I go, okay, and to answer your question, I think that people today, are they sellouts? I'm going to say that they are, but I understand what they're trying to do because I believe if you ask them, like, what do you, he knows that a man does not have the capacity to birth a child. He knows that. I mean, I would think he would know that. He sounds like an intelligent man. But I think we live in a day and age where people have to take certain political stances in order to get funded, to be noted as a person. And I think that's the day that we live in.
I agree with you too. We gotta understand that it's an entertainment aspect in a lot of these conversations, even though we may not agree with it, but it is an entertainment aspect if you want to be popular in that space. And that lets me know, to be honest with you, that I may be independent forever. Because me and you had a conversation just last night about the music aspect of who I am as a person and why I'm continuously independent. But it's just weird to see that a person will, he
knows better. I would assume that he knows better, but we live in that day and age where we have to espouse. And I do get where the sellout label comes from. I do get that. I understand that.
Thank you, Eric, for your time, man. And I'm looking forward to us having our conversation. And if anybody is watching this, go to the playlist section and check out me and Eric's conversation of his book, The Divorced Man. We're gonna be linking up again here soon and doing more, content, and it's gonna be phenomenal content. And I suggest everybody just, wait on it because it's gonna be great.
Thank you and have a good evening.
You also, Eric. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
All right.
Hey, my boy Eric Hamilton, man. Thank you for your time, my brother. I ain't gonna play no more of that. I'm gonna get into another conversation. I think Diane was calling back into the show, but Diane, let me put up another conversation. I want to read to y'all. I'm a little tipsy while I'm trying to read. Now I don't want to turn on no CBS Sports.
Diane for the culture.
Let me answer Diane call. You got to turn your TV down in the background.
I am okay.
Give me your thought process, Diane, before we move along in the conversation. I would appreciate it.
Now think about this. See, I see it different. Is he getting paid? Sure, but this is how I see it. How many white people have you ever seen got on TV and have to talk about this gay thing? Be honest. Just think about it.
You cooking.
Have you ever seen this before? Have you ever seen a white person get on there and talk about gay stuff like that before?
You cooking, Diane. Keep going.
Okay. Now, it's a black face to that. And you wouldn't believe the dark money behind that. I'm going to repeat again. Most black people, or vast majority of black people, do not get down with that gay thing, especially older black people.
Yeah, I ain't down with that at all. I would never be rich if I had to get down with that.
And look, all in Africa and places like that, some people don't. It's laws against that. I'm gonna repeat again. This is white folk stuff. I'm sorry, I gotta just keep it 100%. That's white folk stuff. You ain't never had to. If a white person want to be with a man, you listen. They trying to push this stuff on black people and been doing it for a long time. That is a black face, but I guarantee you, it's white money pushing it. Look Obama.
Can I ask you a question? Do you believe everything started in Africa?
No.
Okay. That's all I want to ask. Keep going, Diane. Keep going, dude.
Okay. Look at Obama. Out of all the presidents in the whole wide world, just think about this. They wait till they got a person of color because he's not black. Only 2 black people can have a black baby. Right?
Yeah,
when you
true.
half black, half white, you are biracial. I don't give a damn what nobody say.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand that color is a construct, a social construct and all that. But listen, why did they wait until a man of color got in there? When I tell you they had the color, it was lights. The whole front of the White House was a damn gay flag. Like not a physical flag.
Was that Obama? Was that Obama or was that Biden? That was Biden.
No, that was Obama.
Both of them then, because I remember Biden had that hot damn. There was a whole bunch of flags out there in front of the White House.
This wasn't a physical flag here. This was the lights that looked like a flag.
Oh, do you remember when Biden had 100 flags out there?
No, I didn't.
Twerking yeah, that shit was crazy.
I didn't watch nothing about Biden. I don't know nothing Biden did. I know Biden. When I figured out what Biden did on that floor with that damn drug bill against my people, I had nothing to say about Biden. But Biden, I don't see how black folk even voted for Biden. Nevertheless, listen, these people did not. I kept thinking to myself, why they bring this gay thing up now that a black, a so-called black president is in there?
Yeah.
Why they do it then?
Well, I don't know that because they trying to put it off on us.
Yes, and they doing a good job of it. Now this man talking this shit, right? Excuse me. This man talking this mess. He's a black guy, and if another black boy watch him on TV to say a man can have a baby, that thought is in his head that he can have a baby. Man, I'm telling you, this TV is a demon. I'm serious, and if you ain't careful, I'm serious. You'll have your look. It's sick, and I don't care what nobody say. that talk that he's talking, that is white, dark money. That is white money behind him.
Mm-hmm. I agree with you. I appreciate you too, Diane. You very you educated me on some things. And Mark Lamont Hill, that is crazy for him being an author, a person who owns a library in Philadelphia, to be saying stuff like that. You know, the youth are very impressionable, and
There it
they
is.
will accept that bullshit that he's talking about. And I'm about to move. You hold up, stay on the phone, Diane. I want to read an article. Stay on the
Okay, go
phone, and
ahead.
anybody watching the show, call into the show. I'm gonna keep Diane on the line while I read this article. The WNBA, you know, majority of us play in the WNBA, all black females that
Mm-hmm.
consider themselves studs, and you know, I don't know what they consider themselves because I ain't into that type of sexual activity. But the commissioner of the WNBA, Kathy Engelbert, league will continue transgender athlete participation discussion this week. So they're trying to implement transgender men into the Women's National Basketball Association. I'm going to read a little bit of this article, and then I want you to implement your thoughts of what was said, Diane.
Mm-hmm.
The WNBA has suddenly found itself at the center of yet another political divide. After Indiana Fever guard Sophia Cunningham recently voiced support for barring transgender women for participating in women's sports, in the week since Cunningham remarks, players and coaches across the league have been asked for their stance on the issue, with some like Minnesota Lynx coach Cheryl Reeve and Golden State Valkyries coach Natalie Noski among those voicing their support for trans women in sports. The WNBA in itself has been quiet about the issue publicly. But on Friday, WNBA Commissioner Kathy Engelbert sent a memo, which was obtained by the Associated Press, to players and teams explaining how the league is approaching the situation. This is what was said, Diane.
Mm.
I know many of you have received questions in recent weeks regarding transgender athlete participation in women's basketball. And I expect this topic will continue to receive significant attention, Engelbert wrote in the memo. I wanted to reach out to share how we are approaching these conversations at the league office and to thank those of you who have responded to the questions from the media with thoughtfulness and professionalism. When you hear that, what do you hear, Diane?
When I hear that, I said, I think they're trying to do their last push for this transgender thing. Because look, did you know? Okay, the Supreme Court just came down and said that the states can agree with not allowing transgender men into women's sports, right?
Mm-hmm.
But a lot of states already had that. But it's two transgender white girls, white men. Hell, let me be honest, white men sued a couple of different states, and then they lost. The Supreme Court said nope. The state can decide, within their state, who whether a man can be in there or not. And I think South Dakota is one that still has it or something like that, but a couple of them still have it. But what they said was the states that have it gonna push really hard, and the government is pushing really hard. Look, those transgender surgeries that they were having?
Mm-hmm.
Since Donald Trump been in there, he stopped them. He told a doctor the government will not pay for those surgeries anymore. Because let me show you something. Your government is just as damn complicit in this thing. Fact. Because they can get Medicaid, Medicare to pay for those those pubic blockers or whatever they do. But the law came out that just got passed maybe 2 or 3 months ago, that if a doctor do one of those surgeries, that it's got to be done through private insurance, and that the government will not back anything up. And if something happened to one of those, while they're doing one of those surgeries, that the government won't step in no kind of way. They're responsible for it all, right?
Can I? Do you got something that's that you want to say that's important? Because I got a question to ask you, Diane.
Come on, I'm ready.
The last time that you called in, we was talking about white genetic survival and stuff like that. And them trying to survive, and they're implementing things to hinder us due to locking us up, sexual things and stuff like that. Do you think this LGBTQ thing is being promoted to hinder like black people from creating life?
Let me say this. And I'm sorry, I have high anxiety, so sometimes my stuff be a little choppy. But look, let me tell you something. 2030, by 2030, all of this plan would be in effect. That's why I told you to go to, it's called the 2030 Agenda. Things would make so much more sense to you if you read those two things I told you, the 2030 Agenda, and if you read the Papal book. I'm telling you, yeah, Papal Doctrine. It will open up. You'll be like, oh, wow. Like, this stuff is not rocket science, right? Like, this is not, listen, it's simple. They doing all the pushes that they can do before this 2030. You said the UN don't have no control. We never talked about it. I'm telling you, the UN is made up of all these different nations, and you think America is not by itself. America is not great by itself. It's great because of the other people, right? Because of other nations. And if they say enough of it, it's enough of it. Like I said, this is the last push for this 2030 thing. By 2030, things should level out. Just being honest about it, right? When you read that doctrine, you will see that. But look, I don't know how to explain it, but this is white. I don't know no other way to push it, but this is just white folk stuff. Totally white folk stuff. And what were you saying? I'm sorry, I lost my thought. You were saying something about the white
genetic survival, but you okay, Diane? Let me continue on with the show, and I'll reach back out to you in about 15, 20 minutes. I got two people trying to call into the show, and I want to further the discussion. I appreciate you.
All right, man.
Hey, Big Blue, if you still tapped into the show, I'm going to call you right back, Big Blue. I'm going to call you right back. I appreciate Diane, though, boy. Is this my dog, man, Big Blue?
Yes, sir. You already know.
Man,
how's it going, Trev?
How has life been treating you, my brother, man? I appreciate you and your channel and the education that you be creating with your platform. Has anything caught your attention that we've been talking about on this show today, my brother?
So honestly, I'm doing great. First off, I'm doing great. I just have my baby boy, and I'm just chilling on paternity leave right now.
Congratulations.
Just doing that balding. I appreciate it. So life is good. I did, like, as soon as you brought up the conversation in regards to the transgender and the WNBA, what's interesting? I'm trying to see exactly how this whole thing is going to play out, because it seems like this is one way that it could be looked at is this is all plots to try to generate some income into the WNBA, because it seems like, based off of the constant, analysts or YouTube analysts for WNBA, everybody's trash talking it, saying that it's not generating enough revenue, they're not making no money, the WNBA players are not getting paid what they want to get paid, and it just seems like some type of plot to generate more money. Because I don't know if you've seen, there's already two ex-NBA players talking about that they're going to sign up for the WNBA draft and come in as transgender. And it's like, oh, we're already doing that. Now, I feel like they're trolling, but at the same time trying to make a statement, because that'd be crazy for ex-NBA players to just be like, all right, well, since the WNBA is opening up, I will go ahead and pull a Joanna Man real quick. But it's like now they're actually able to do that. And I was just watching another video today where there was another commentator. He was on his podcast saying that he will start a franchise. All of his players will sign up as transgender, and all of his coaching staff will sign up as transgender. And they're just going to come in and dominate. They're going to run every game. They're honestly going to run it so bad that they're going to make sure that the enemy team doesn't even score a point. And it's like, what is the WNBA doing even entertaining this idea? Not only that,
let me give you a take, because I'm not for it. My beliefs won't allow me to be for it, but I
Mm-hmm.
understand what America is. I'm gonna be short and simple. I
Right.
understand what America is. The
Yeah.
foundation of America is capitalism,
Capitalism.
capitalizing off of the human
Mm-hmm.
experience. Human
Mm-hmm.
beings isn't more valued than financial gain. So I could
Mm-hmm.
see it being a possibility. I hate to say it like that though, but it is what it is in America. I think that black people and people need to become more aware of what capitalism actually is.
Yes,
Yeah,
because they just think of it as money grab, but it's like you really have to understand. Even like content creating, low key for some people, it's a majority of it is capitalism. Because I've done, I don't know if you heard about, and this is kind of slightly getting off topic, but in regards to capitalism, like the whole idea of there's this big YouTuber Gideon that just went to prison, but literally the whole reason he went to jail, or sorry, he went to jail, the whole reason he went to jail was literally he was trying to take advantage of a situation that didn't naturally go his way, but because it was content and because he needed to create the video that his viewers was expecting, he just did what he needed to so that he can get the money, so that he can get the bag, and ended up going to jail for it. But it's like, unfortunately, to a degree, that's what capitalism has come to. There's good capitalism, but there's a lot of bad capitalism. And this right here with the WNBA is looking like bad capitalism if
that's
this is
true.
their attempt at just trying to, find some way to generate a different source of income. Because a lot of people will pay to see a team of a whole bunch of men dominating, especially the far right people. They're gonna
They're
they
gonna
may
be
not
against
support
it.
it either, but they're gonna be against it for sure. But it's like, I don't know. It's just a weird thing, and it's unfortunate. But like you said, this is America, and this is what they're gonna do in order to get that back.
Yeah, that's true. People don't like. I understand when we create content, we implement our morals and principles and stuff like that
Mm-hmm.
into it, and
Mm-hmm.
we try to be morally correct. And the algorithm doesn't favor us because of that.
Right. Yeah.
But
Unfortunately.
when I think about the NBA and the WNBA, I would be entertained. You know what
Mm-hmm.
I'm saying? Not to say that it's morally correct or nothing, but I would be entertained if they let Joanna Man play. But
Right.
is it right and would I want to see it? No, but I understand that if a Democratic representation wins the presidency, is it likely to
Mm-hmm.
happen? Most definitely.
Man, that would be. It's literally, I don't think and this is the weird thing. Like, a lot of people on the left, they're just pushing for, transgenderism and this and that. I don't think they really understand what's going to happen. And this is that weird thing that's happening politically, where it's like you try to make way for the few, but then you're always going to have that group of people that's going to abuse it.
Most
And
definitely.
this is exactly what we're seeing. You're trying to, make a way for the minority. I don't even know how many people are really trans that's actually going to sit here and play in the WNBA. But because trans is so loose, now you got ex-NBA players that's coming out of nowhere saying, "Oh, I guess I'm trans now. I'm gonna go try out for the WNBA," and then they're gonna dominate.
Yeah.
And I'm sure that's not what the WNBA players that are there right now are gonna want to deal with. And then their team, the people that they follow, are gonna want to deal with that. And they're just gonna see that it's a whole bunch of nonsense that's happening on the court, because now you've got these buff dudes. Like, there's this one guy that's actually trans in France. Bro, this dude is stocky as heck, and he's over here just dominating on these women, but they're allowing him to play. Then it's like, this is what they kind of signed up for. But in the end, I don't think they realize how terrible this is going to be. Because ultimately, realistically, I'm pretty sure that there are all-star high school teams that can beat WNBA teams.
Facts.
Or at least wear them down enough to where they just going to be slouching all up and down the court. But now I'm talking to bets, sports stuff. But ultimately, yeah, man, it's I don't know, man, it's not looking good. And if we get some people in the political side that's, a little more on the left, socialist leaning, that's gonna push this, it ain't gonna look too well for the WNBA. And I hate that, because there's a lot of great WNBA players. It's just not, too much of them to where it's like very distinctive, and where people are coming out and actually seeing them play. But
I feel like the WNBA is extending also, and I got a question for you before you land your plane, fam. And I appreciate you calling into my show and supporting me all the time, man. I'm very thankful though.
Yes,
But
sir. No problem.
you know, I would assume, I don't know if my percentages is right though, but I feel like 75% of the WNBA players feel like they are males anyway.
I would not doubt that. 75 seem a little high, but I mean,
60, let's say 60, let's say 66% then.
I would definitely. I can agree that just off a glance, just off of from my view from the outside looking in, I can see that a lot of them, a good majority of them for sure, probably do see themselves as men. Which
Okay.
I mean, if that's what it is, that's what it is. But until you play against a man that's at that professional level at you're gonna see that you're not a man.
Most definitely. Most definitely. Hey, I appreciate your time, man. And I'm going to
Yes,
clip
sir.
this part up of this show, and I'm going to put a link in the description to go subscribe to Big Blue Reacts channel.
Hey, man.
Phenomenal
I
content.
appreciate you.
And I appreciate you, my brother, man. Have a blessed
No
morning.
problem. You too, man.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Thank you for your time,
All right.
family.
Bye.
Hey, if y'all rock with my channel and y'all rock with my creativity, go subscribe to Big Blue Reacts. He has great commentary, great conversation. Big Blue is a dope brother. Real talk, man. Make sure that y'all go check out Big Blue Reacts channel. He left a comment too. I'm gonna pull it up after I read a few of y'all comments that's been tapped into the show. It's a video of a basketball player said he will apply for the transgender thing with the WNBA. He had a wig on. I think he was joking. He probably was joking though, but a lot of brothers ain't joking because they ain't making no money at their job. If they can get in shape and work out and make them $100,000-$300,000 a year, you don't think they'll quit their job to be Joanna Man? I feel like they would. Taz, what's poppin', Taz? I need you to call in, Taz. You've been here the whole time. I appreciate you too, Taz. So the movie Joanna Man is coming to fruition. Damn, when did that movie come out? I was a young boy, a teenager when that movie came out, and it actually is coming to fruition. Diane said, laugh out loud, true. Diane said, I think they doing the last push because they are now saying have more babies. They are begging white people to have babies. Diane is speaking about white genetic survival, and I think that people need to educate themselves more on white genetic survival because it's a real thing right now. Diane also educated me on that we are the majority of this land, not the minority. It was deep too, and at first I was lost with what Diane was talking about, but I started doing research and she was very educational on that. This is Big Blue channel. Write that down in y'all search bar, Big Blue Reacts. Phenomenal content. Phenomenal content. Real talk. We're going to move along. This conversation that I'm about to play now is why only, this is a question I want y'all to answer in the comment section also or in the live chat section. Why only 10% of black people live on the West Coast? 10% of us live on the West Coast. I'm going to do my research and see how many of us live in the Southeast also, but let's see what this brother got to say.
Imagine driving from Seattle to San Diego. You would pass snow-covered mountains, towering redwood forests, wine country, Hollywood, deserts filled with Joshua trees, Silicon Valley, Las Vegas, the Grand Canyon, and some of the most expensive real estate on earth. You would also notice something else. Compared to almost every other part of the United States, you'd see surprisingly few black communities. The American West occupies nearly half of the nation's landmass, stretching from the Pacific Ocean to the Rocky Mountains. It contains booming cities, enormous economic opportunities, and some of the fastest growing metropolitan areas in the country. Yet only about 1 in every 10 black Americans call the West home. Why? Did black Americans simply choose not to move west? Were there fewer opportunities? Or did history quietly shape the map long before most of us were even born? As it turns out, the reality is often extremely complicated. In this case, the answer involves slavery, gold rushes, railroad empires, wars, migration, housing discrimination, military bases, tech booms, and one of the greatest population movements in American history. The map of Black America didn't happen by accident. It was built over nearly 400 years. Hi, my name is Jared, and I talk about interesting stories and trends at the intersection of Black history, lifestyle, and geography. If you're into that, hit the subscribe button and join the conversation. Today, the United States has roughly 48 million people who identify as Black alone or in combination with another race. When looking at where Black Americans live by region, the pattern is striking. Roughly 56 to 58% are in the South. Around 17% are in the Northeast. Another 15 to 17% are in the Midwest, and about 10 or 11% in the West. The West is by far America's largest region geographically, yet it contains the smallest share of the nation's Black population. Meanwhile, the South remains the center of Black America, home to more Black residents than every other region combined. That imbalance has one deep and obvious historical root. When enslaved Africans were brought to North America beginning in the early 1600s, the United States didn't even stretch across the continent. The population was concentrated along the Atlantic coast. The plantation economy developed in colonies that would later become states like Virginia, South Carolina, Georgia, North Carolina, and Maryland. Millions of enslaved Africans were forced to live and work there. The West, meanwhile, wasn't even part of the United States. California belonged to Mexico. Oregon was jointly occupied by Britain and the United States. Nevada, Arizona, New Mexico, Utah, and much of Colorado were still outside U.S. control. By the time the United States acquired much of the West through the Mexican-American War and other agreements, the Black population had already been concentrated in the South for more than 2 centuries. History had already drawn the first versions of the map. Jumping a little forward, you might ask, how about the California Gold Rush? Did that not attract a massive number of Blacks to the West? And the answer is no. No, for 2 big reasons. Traveling from Mississippi to California in 1850 wasn't exactly a weekend road trip. And you weren't exactly free to make the travel. Slavery.
I'm going to stop it for a minute. And, I have done research, but I'm not that well versed on, it's said that a lot of indigenous Black people come from Mexico also. So while he's talking about only 10% of Black people live in California, who are those 10%? What do those 10% represent? Because, they use that word Black to string us all up together. And the percentage of us, when I was in California, I seen a lot of Black people, to be honest with you. And I'm about to go to California next weekend. I won't be doing no show, just to give y'all a heads up. I'll be in Northern California, living life, celebrating my anniversary with my wife. But at the end of the day, we are indigenous to the whole American, not country, but the whole continent of America. Canada, Mexico, and America. That's what I feel like. If y'all can say that I'm wrong and show me, information that we wrong, I would, be receptive to it though. But Mexican people, a lot of it's indigenous Black people in Mexico also.
Was still the reality of Black Americans when the gold rush started in the 1840s. And most of those who were free from slavery didn't have the means to make the long travel out west. The journey could take months and cost more money than many families could ever even save. For formerly enslaved people or free Black families facing discrimination, the trip was often impossible. California also entered the Union as a free state, but discrimination remained widespread. Black residents faced restrictions on voting, education, employment, and legal protections. Freedom did not necessarily mean equality. After the Civil War, millions of newly freed Black Americans remained in the South. Why? Because that's where their families lived. That's where they had whatever land, churches, and communities that they could build after emancipation. Moving across the continent required money almost no one had. Instead, many stayed in the southern states despite the rise of Jim Crow laws. One of the biggest surprises in American history is that the Great Migration wasn't primarily westward. Between roughly 1915 and 1970, around 6 million Black Americans left the South. But they didn't head towards California in large numbers. They followed the jobs. Steel mills, automotive factories, meat packing plants, railroads, manufacturing. All these jobs were concentrated in places like Chicago, Detroit, Cleveland, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York, and Milwaukee. Cities such as Chicago and Detroit sometimes added hundreds of thousands of Black residents within a few decades. Factories recruited workers directly from the South. Rail lines connected southern towns with northern industrial cities. Moving from Mississippi to
I done started ignoring little buddy and started reading the comment section. Taz said, I know about the West Coast Angel Island. It's where the Asian people were brought in. You know, Taz, also, I've been to Hawaii before, and going to Hawaii, I thought I was in Japan. It didn't look like an American island or whatever. It looked like a Japanese island. When we took that island from them, is that what caused the war? And is that what caused the Japanese people to come to California also, Taz? Educate me on that, because, you know, I feel like we are indigenous to Canada, the Northern America, and Mexico as indigenous Native Americans. And to be honest with you, it's just a lot of information that needs to be conversed about. And I appreciate the ladies in the comment section for educating us. Diane, text me that video of Dr. Claude Anderson that you wanted to discuss and go over, and that's how we're going to close the show out tonight. I would appreciate that, Diane. Send me a screenshot of that Dr. Claude Anderson conversation that you wanted to talk about. And salute to Taz also. Damn, that's crazy. I just got through talking about Hawaii and Japan. And Diane said, I didn't know until Obama said, how many of y'all came via Ellis Island? He meant California. You know, isn't Obama from Hawaii also? He ain't from this land from the land of America. He's a Hawaiian type of nigga. So that's interesting to see what Taz said and to see how Diane responds. Salute to y'all ladies. I'm getting ready to remove Buddy from the conversation because he boring me. You know, this is a video that I want to pull up from PBS. And you know, if Diane sent that video of, Dr. Claude Anderson, I would appreciate that. But if she don't, this is what we're going to close out to. This video is titled, The Europeans Enslaved Native Americans. We actually know who the natives are. The natives are us, to be honest with you. We're going to go over this video. I want to see if y'all agree with it or if y'all disagree with it. And we're going to close the show out off of this. I wanted to play some hip hop, man, too, though. Do y'all listen to hip hop in the comment section? Because if y'all listen to hip hop, we're going to get to this and we're going to, react to a freestyle, because I want to keep it educational since I got the ladies in. You know what I'm saying? But did the Europeans enslave the Native Americans? I'm going to play a little bit of this, and I'm looking forward to seeing what y'all got to say about it.
Since 1986, the United Nations has marked December 2nd as the International Day for the Abolition of Slavery. This date reflects the adoption of a UN convention on December 2nd, 1949, which sought to address human trafficking, especially of women and children. People observe this day to bring attention to the atrocities of modern-day systems of enslavement in order to one day eradicate its contemporary forms. Though not legally defined, modern systems of enslavement include forced labor, debt bondage, forced marriage, and human trafficking. Currently, over 40 million people are enslaved across the globe. Roughly 62% of these people are held in conditions of forced labor like domestic work, agricultural work, or construction. The remaining 38% are being held in forced marriages. When many of us think about the term enslavement, at least in the United States, we often imagine the transatlantic slave trade, the enslavement of Africans and its lasting consequences. In truth, enslavement existed in many forms alongside the peculiar institution of chattel enslavement, and contemporary forms that continue until now. For more information, we have a playlist of videos that also addresses this topic. In The Other Slavery, the uncovered story of Indian enslavement in America, historian Andres Resendez argues that modern enslavement is a direct legacy of systems created to enslave indigenous peoples of the Americas from the earliest stages of colonialism. Yes, I mean since 1492. Understanding why the enslavement of indigenous peoples is often overlooked can give us some insights into how these legacies continue in old and new ways. Practices of enslavement did not spontaneously develop in 1619, when the first 20-odd enslaved Africans were trafficked onto the shores of the future United States. And they weren't even geographically anchored to North America. In our episode, Why Did Europeans Enslave Africans?, we go into detail about the pre-colonial systems of enslavement. But here's a brief recap. Tribal warfare and pillaging in the Americas,
Diane,
Africa, and Europe
you sent me
often resulted in
a research. You know, I had to research that. I'm getting that conversation out the screen because we talked about that last week. But that is very interesting, the king that you talk about. King, I can't pronounce his last name, but I got the video I'm gonna pull up. The Hawaiian king that was black. You know, going to Hawaii was very interesting. And let me see what Taz say. Obama hold dual citizenship. That's interesting, dual citizenship. I listen to rap, hip hop, but I stay in my 80s through early 2000s. You know, that is great that you do that because that's a different vibration of what we hear today. But Taz, I want to tell you something also. When you when I released my album on September the 11th, it's titled If Not Me Then Who. You know, if you don't check out no other podcast, put in your schedule September the 11th, I'm releasing my book and my album. Today, I got a poem back from a artist from my hometown. I'm about to play the poem. This is what she had to say for my album. I'm going to use this as a skit about If Not Me Then Who.
I stopped looking because I see too much. Diamond shining, but is it really moissanite? Wondering through my success, feeling real high. Taking a chance and a dance with fate, dodging the ball. He said slither like a snake, so you can have it all. Only to find what the money and the power can really do. It's more to success. If not me, then who? When you roll through the trenches and your mindset pulls you, and you ascend to greater heights to make the success truth. Not faking, but making a legacy, something I was sent here to do. If I struggle and learn, and you watching, you learn without going to. And my diamonds, really diamonds, I can share with you. Listening to the beat in the sand, asking, if not me, then who?
We're going to get up to speed on this history, prophets. Thank y'all for tuning in to my show. That was a skit that's going to be played on my album. I'm releasing a double disc, If Not Me, Then Who. The title means that, you know, facing adversity in life as a man and people prioritizing me and looking at me as the breadwinner and stuff is that, you know, if I'm going to be the leader of this family, if I'm going to be the person that people can depend on, if not me, then who else going to do it, man? Who else going to make the sacrifices? Who else is going to put their life on the line to make sure that my generation is altered, to make sure that the males that come before me don't go into an unhealthy lifestyle, but they have the tools to become successful and to be able to create their own families and to be able to provide for their own families. If not me, then who? You know, on this album that I'm releasing, it's going to be a lot of street tales. I have lived multiple lives, and I've come to this point in my life to where, You know, I just want to learn. I just want to convey. I just want to give back. And I want to learn. So this true story of the Kamami of Chief of War, I want to get up to speed and I want to see what Taz got to say about this. Let's go.
According to ancient Hawaiian legend, the birth of a great leader, one destined to unite the islands, would be heralded by a celestial sign. In the year 1758, Halley's Comet blazed across the night sky above Hawaii, a radiant omen witnessed by many. It was during this time that a child was born, called Kamehameha, who would grow to become the greatest chief the Hawaiian Islands had ever known. This child of prophecy was hidden deep within the mountains, living in seclusion for the first 5 years of his life, protected from those who feared the legend. When he was finally brought back to society, he was given the name Kamehameha, meaning the lonely one. He was raised in the royal court of his uncle, Kalaniʻōpuʻu, the supreme ruler of the island of Hawaii. The kingdom's high priest recognized something extraordinary in the young boy, an immense and powerful mana. This was the spiritual energy believed by Hawaiians to flow through all living things. Mana is not merely a source of power, but a sacred force to be cultivated, embodied, and directed with intent. As the years passed, Kamehameha grew into a formidable warrior, with some accounts claiming he reached the astonishing height of 7 feet. Another legendary sign affirmed his destiny, the lifting of the Noha stone, weighing between 2.5 and 3.5 tons. The stone was believed to be immovable by all, but the one chosen to unify the islands. At the age of 14, after many failed attempts, Kamehameha succeeded in moving the stone, a feat that echoed through the land as a powerful confirmation of his fate. With every prophecy, every omen, every remarkable deed, it became clear Kamehameha was the one chosen, the man destined to unite all the Hawaiian Islands under one rule. Everything changed dramatically when in the year 1778, Captain James Cook, a British Royal Navy officer and famous explorer, became the first outsider to set foot on Hawaiian soil. Upon his arrival, the native Hawaiians prostrated themselves before him, treating Cook not as a mere man, but as a divine being or king. In time, scholars confirmed what many suspected. The Hawaiians believed Cook to be Lono, the Polynesian god of fertility, agriculture, rainfall, music, and peace. Kalaniʻōpuʻu, the ruling monarch of the island of Hawaii, received Cook with great reverence. The king welcomed him into sacred ceremonies and honored him with the exchange of gifts and names, a gesture of deep cultural and spiritual significance. As a token of esteem, he presented Cook with a magnificent feathered cloak, a treasure reserved only for the highest ranks of Hawaiian society. After a month on the island, Cook resumed his expedition into the northern Pacific. However, his voyage was soon interrupted by a fierce gale that damaged his ship, forcing him to return to Hawaii for urgent repairs. Upon his return, the previously warm relations between the Hawaiians and the crew began to deteriorate. Tensions rose, misunderstandings grew, and petty thefts became frequent. On February the 13th of the year 1779, a group of Hawaiians stole one of Cook's cutters, a small boat used for transport. In response, Cook made a fateful decision. He attempted to kidnap King Kalaniʻōpuʻu to ransom him for the return of the stolen vessel. Accompanied by a small contingent of his men, Cook marched into the village to seize the king. Their presence, however, provoked alarm. A crowd of Hawaiian warriors, possibly including a young Kamehameha, assembled to confront the intruders. Armed with stones, clubs, and daggers, they challenged the foreigners. Cook fired a warning shot, then killed one of the Hawaiians by shooting him. The skirmish quickly escalated, more shots were fired, and although the British attempted to retreat...
Hey, I might not be on the screen, but Taz presented this information to us. Hot damn. I'm not laughing because it's funny. This is similar to something that happened in America. This is similar to the conversation that Diane has been having ever since she has been a part of my platform. Why is this happening to people of color all over the globe? What is it? I'm trying to learn. I'm trying to be educated. What is it? Let me keep playing the video.
...retreat to their boats. They were overwhelmed. In the chaos, Captain Cook and 4 of his men were killed and left upon the shore. 17 Hawaiians also lost their lives in the confrontation. Among those observing the conflict was Kamehameha. He noted with keen interest the devastating power of the foreigners' weapons, and how easily they could bring down even the most revered warrior. This moment left a lasting impression on the future king, who would one day use such knowledge to shape the destiny of the Hawaiian Islands. In the year 1782, following the death of Kalaniʻopuʻu, his son Kivalao ascended the throne as the ruler of the island of Hawaii. At the same time, Kamehameha was entrusted with a prestigious religious role as the guardian of Ku, the Hawaiian god of war, a powerful symbol of divine favor and martial strength. Though cousins by blood, the relationship between Kivalao and Kamehameha quickly soured. Tensions rose when Kamehameha, rather than deferring to the new king, made a sacred dedication to the gods himself, a move seen as a direct challenge to royal authority. Soon after, 5 influential warrior chiefs pledged their loyalty not to the king, but to Kamehameha, solidifying his rising influence. Further conflict ignited when Kivalao's half-brother Keoua, having received no land or inheritance from their late father, erupted in fury. In an act of deep insult and defiance, he cut down sacred coconut trees belonging to Kamehameha and killed several of his warriors. Their bodies were offered in sacrifice to Kivalao, who accepted them, an act Kamehameha saw as an unforgivable affront to his honor. These provocations culminated in the Battle of Mokuohai, a brutal and decisive conflict. In the heat of battle, Kivalao was struck down by a sling stone. Seizing the moment, one of Kamehameha's injured chiefs slit the king's throat with a dagger carved from shark teeth. Kamehameha claimed the fallen king's royal feathered cloak, a powerful emblem of sovereignty, and thus staked his claim as the rightful ruler of Hawaii. Following the battle, Kamehameha gained control of the northern and western regions of the island. However, the king's brother Keoua survived the battle and continued to resist. For 8 long years, the two leaders waged relentless war, neither able to secure a decisive victory. Yet, the favor of the gods seemed to tilt towards Kamehameha. In the year 1790, Keoua and his warriors were caught in the sudden eruption of Keleaua volcano, where molten lava claimed 2/3 of his army. Despite the devastating loss, he remained at large, gradually rebuilding his forces. The arrival of Captain Cook had placed Hawaii firmly on the world map, drawing traders and explorers from distant lands. Among them were Simon Metcalfe and his son Thomas, each commanding
You know what's crazy about this? You know, the biggest trading place is from China to the United States of America. What land is in between China and the United States of America? It's Hawaii. That's an important piece of land in this global economy that we have. And listening to this and listening to the story of Kamehameha, it lets me know that, we was indigenous to every place. We talk about Great Britain and Europe and stuff though, but I could pull up videos that there was people of color that was indigenous to those lands also. But I'm looking to be educated and I'm looking to share the information that I'm knowledgeable about also. And I'm gonna play a little bit of this video. If y'all want to call in before I close out, call into the show because I'm about to close out. We upwards of 2 hours and 5 minutes. I'm thankful for y'all. And I'm gonna continue to try to educate myself and share the information that I'm learning also, and let people call into the show and inform me on what I need to be informed on. But I'm gonna read a few comments. I'm gonna wait for y'all call. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this video, and I'm gonna get up off of this thing. But Taz said, these are the histories that continue to confirm the reason why I cannot entertain the transatlantic slave trade narrative. One more time. Taz, I went and spent 5 hours in the African American Museum in DC, and it left me kind of confused because that's what they talk about the most, the transatlantic slave trade. They talk about the Spanish and their implementation
Diane for the culture.
of the slave trade. And it's just interesting. Let me answer the phone for Diane, though. Diane, what's good?
Look, hang on.
Talk to me, Diane.
So, according to what they say, right, white people came about because something happened, like something like an ice age example, right? Something like that happened. And in order for them to, in order for these black people to protect themselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
They instead of freezing to death, they some kind of way that they melanin did some kind of old type of stuff, and so it turned them white. And they had all this fur on their body.
Mm-hmm.
They will tell you white people do not have hair; they have fur. Their hair on their head is fur. And I say it makes so much sense because white people shave all the time. They just, because they have, some black people, but for the most part, white people will hair grow, really wild. White women shave all the time. Okay. So let me say this. When you see people that has changed color, like let's even use like the Iranians, right? People over in Iraq, right? Not Iraq, I'm sorry, Iran, who we fighting right now. Those people were people of color, are darker skinned people. Right? Whenever these people called white people invaded all these lands, right?
Mm-hmm.
The white men begin to mate with the darker female, right? So you take a dark female and you take a white person. Let's say we come up with a cream baby, right?
Yeah.
So you take that cream baby, you mate it with another white person, right?
Mm-hmm.
That lighter. You take that baby, lighter. That baby, lighter. Keep mating it with a white person. You're going to make all the color out of it, right? For the most part.
Do you know where the albino people came from then?
That's just no pigmentation, though. That's like,
okay,
right?
Okay.
That's no, so that's different. When you look at a Hispanic person or Latino, that is a black person that has been what they call ethnic cleansing. The white man came about and whited that person out. It was a darker skinned person to begin with. The white man came with it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then, kept, white. And if you keep going on the white end of it, You understand what I'm saying? You keep going the white end of it, the person gets lighter and lighter and lighter and lighter.
Mm-hmm.
If you reverse it, if you reverse it back to the darker end, then the child get back dark.
Mm-hmm.
Look at Megan. What's her name? Harry with the red hair. Diana, son Megan, Harry, and married to Megan over in Europe, right?
Mm-hmm.
She's half black, half white, right?
She in California now.
Yeah. Look at their child. Look at their children. Her whiteness from her half white, Harry being all the way white. You can't tell if you don't see no black in them babies. Now, when them children get ready to have children, when they have children with a white, if they mate with a white person, that baby gonna look. You wouldn't be able to tell not a stitch of white in them children.
That's
facts. White people understand things about us. I'm gonna let my plane here. White people understand things about us that we don't understand. You understand what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That we wasn't taught.
They understand the scientific aspect of it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Right. You know, because that's why they hate black people of color so bad. They hate them because they know what you can do to their race.
Mm-hmm.
They can only make white babies with themselves.
Ooh. But you can make black babies with all ethnicities.
Anybody.
Oh, anybody. Yeah.
You better think about that. I'm telling you. That's why they hate you black men. They hate you. You can extinct their race just like you're doing now. Between you and the sun, they in trouble. I'm just being honest.
That's
These
true.
people, listen, black people think immigrants is here for them. Like, to take our job. Yeah, they do that because they allow them to come here. Immigrants come here for these white people. These white people don't have the numbers. Every race that come here, a Hispanic check the white box. This is about money here, though. A Hispanic check the white box.
Mm-hmm.
A Japanese check the white box. There is not a person alive, any race other than black people, that want to check the black box. Everybody else want to check the white box. That's for the money aspect of it. White people, white people numbers is so low. They put themselves on TV to make you think they're the majority. Those suckers are the minority. I'm going to keep saying that.
I like that. I like that you educated me on that also. But do you think that capitalism plays a part into other ethnicities wanting to identify as white because they view white as the most powerful and the most dominant race? Okay.
Of course. Okay, do you see, let me say this last thing, and then I'm going to land my plane. Do you see how our FBA people is arguing with the Haitians, right? Oh, Haitians, don't no immigrant want to come in and be with the black people. Don't no immigrant want to come in and mingle with black America. Because you know why? Black Americans ain't the ones that we say we allow them to come over. With our laws that was passed along the way for us, that allowed them to come in the door, right?
Mm-hmm.
But it's a white man pushing for them to come here.
That's fact.
It's a white man setting up all of this money for them to be able to have lawyers and this and that and the third. It's a white man allowing them to work these jobs. Your government is allowing this stuff.
Yeah.
This stuff is so deep. Like, anyway, let me land my plane.
Hey, my boy, I want
to
ask you something before we go, because I'm closing out with your call. My boy Big Blue Reacts, who called into the show earlier, the only male who wanted to have the educational conversation. He said, "Hold on now, hold
on, Big Blue. Let me ask you. Hold on. Let me ask Big Blue a question. Big Blue. Let's be honest. Let's be totally honest tonight. Do you think Black American people come from Africa? Nah. See, immigrants know who you are. You don't know who you are. They won't tell you who you are because they need to mingle. I'm just being honest about this thing. It ain't about Big Blue. I ain't against nobody. I'm for everybody, right?
Yes, ma'am.
When Big Blue come here, Big Blue is told to keep his mouth shut and mind his business and do what you come here for. I'm sorry. I'm being honest.
Yeah, to get ahead, to evolve.
You may be a Haitian American, but I'm going to repeat again. If you look, these people are going to teach their children. The only people that don't teach their children the truth about who they are, it is Black America, but it's because we never thought we had to teach that. If my dad knew we had been calling that, I never said anything. because there was nothing to be said about it, right? But the African, look, listen, Big Blue, no. Big Blue, no.
Hey,
I'm telling you now.
Hey, thank you. I'm gonna read his response.
I'm landing my plane.
Thank Diane. Thank you. That's all I want to say. Thank
Big
you.
Blue, tell that man the truth, so he can know that he indigenous to this land. Because if we never understand the land belongs to us, we're in trouble. We're gonna keep looking over to Africa for something that is not there. Yeah, he said, "I'm here." Tell him the truth. That's your friend, ain't it? Tell him the truth who he is.
Look what he said. Are you looking at the TV? Look what he said. I pulled it up on the screen, Diane, just to react to it.
I see what he said. He Haitian American. Ain't no such thing, bro. You said that because you in America, right? But he know who he is.
Listen, I will moderate the conversation if Big Blue want to call in.
Let's do that. Let's do that. Come on, Big Blue. Come on. Let's do that.
If you want to call in, Blue, and have a conversation with Diane, now.
Call in, Blue. Call in, Blue. I'm here. Let's do this.
Okay. So I'm going to read this comment. He said, yes, we all originated from Africa.
No, he know. Let me tell you something. Big
hold
Blue.
Hold up, Diane. Hold up. He wants to, hey, you know.
Okay, y'all done got me back up in here. My wife. My arms, but I just had to come in. So okay.
Come on, Big Blue.
All right. So hit me with the question again, just to make sure I understood it correctly.
Listen, let me tell you something. This woman proved that old blood test stuff is a joke, right? It's a joke. She swabbed her dog's mouth and it said it's from Africa. You better understand who controls that. Listen, this thing is so deep. White people want you to, man. Listen, the show ain't long enough for me. I'm gonna tell you that right now. You don't give me enough time. Because I take the people to school, like for real. I try to be respectful, but look.
Listen, and let Big Blue give his soliloquy, Diane. And
Africa ain't even a real name, though. Why would he use the word Africa? It's not even a real name.
Yeah, Africa was designated by, I forget who, but
a queen over in Europe.
Yeah, that was come from Europe, yes.
So how can he say we're made from Africa? Yo, you crazy? It's hundreds of thousands of tribes over there. Which tribe is you from? If they so smart you come from Africa, a white man named country? Are you serious? They renamed it after they conquered it? Come on now. Big Blue, come on.
So as of now, yes, I am.
No, don't say Trevor could be.
The only reason I say Trevor could be is because Trevor is African. He's African.
Don't you use that name with no Trevor, because
okay,
Trevor ain't no African.
Please don't. Sorry, you're right. Black American. Can I use Black American?
Yes, you can.
Hold on 1 second, Diane. I ain't trying to cut you off. What did I'm trying to hear Big Blue. What did you say, family?
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Big Blue.
No, you're good. So I was saying, so Trevor, the only reason I say that Trevor could be different is because Trevor is Black American. I do know Black Americans that have Indian descent. So
right.
Can we say, I would say, India is not the right term, native descent.
Yes,
okay. So
indigenous, right.
There we go. He can have some indigenous descent. From my knowledge of my history from the country of Haiti, we are, well, based off of what they say in history, of course, as you will probably point out, this is, the white man's history that they've given us, was that we were part of Haiti. A lot of the Haitians, a lot of the Jamaicans, a lot of the Dominicans as well. All of us were part of the slave, the Atlantic slave trade, in which they ported us from the west side. That's so when you're saying we are okay, so let me say this. Would you agree that there is some indigenous people that were already in Haiti?
Yes.
We all are indigenous, but our name changed to something else when they started using this black, white, whatever, Hispanic, blah, blah, blah. Everybody was indigenous to their land. Let me tell you something. When you take Haiti and Dominican Republic, do you know why Haiti and Dominican is split up? That's not the name. The whole thing, they split that island up because two different people conquered
two
you.
Different, yes. The French hit up Haiti, or they have mostly Haiti. They're fed up Haiti. and then the Spanish had
right.
Dominica, or Spain had Dominica, yeah, because initially it was Santo Dominico.
Yes, the whole thing was the same people. And white people, I didn't talk about the same people.
Diane, educate us on the indigenous roots of, we want to be educated. We like to learn. Educate us on the indigenous roots of Haiti and Dominica.
You ain't gonna like what I said about this. Now, I don't know how people migrated back then because I saw a map, and it's all about the map. People migrated from landmass to landmass to landmass, right? And they settled throughout the landmass. So I don't know how that. I'm still trying to learn that part right there. But do you know why all of our stories sound the same? Also, you remember this: America gave everybody their satellite. Everybody. China was trying to watch TV, it came through American satellite. When Haiti got their stuff, when Jamaica got their stuff, everybody they thought it all came through. So they told Jamaica what they wanted Jamaica to know. They told America what they wanted America to know. They told Haiti what Haiti. Look, they just pulled their satellites back like 3 months ago. During this trade war.
Okay.
Listen.
One thing that I will take into consideration that I didn't think of before, but now that we're having this conversation, I will say that based off of everything that we just said, that there could very well be indigenous people that were originally in Haiti. I mean, Haiti's not even that far from Florida now that you're mentioning it. And if we already have people that was already in Florida, who's to say that they just didn't have their, their boats, canoes, whatever that they had, and then took residency in Haiti for a bit. Okay, so I'll give you that.
So listen to this. If you go back to the map, 'cause I went back to one of the earliest maps.
Pangea. Do y'all know about Pangea?
I ain't not heard of Pangea.
Well, it's when the land was whole, like all of the land was whole, like Africa.
Exactly.
Like way back then.
Exactly. And then do you know the only reason why the water pushed it out and pushed it out and pushed it out? Because what's the only thing in between landmass and landmass? Water. That's it. So as water began to cut through the rock over the years, then it just spread it out and out and out and out. But you can almost walk from here to California, right? From Arkansas to California, right? Or from, I'm just going to say landmass to landmass because I'm still not, technical on that part yet. I'm still learning on that part. But that is how people migrated. And we purchase land now. Back then, we worked for land, right? That was our way of purchasing land. I'm just saying here, right? I'm talking to him as far as, But you are indigenous. That was the name of the people. If you listen to Africans still use the indigenous name.
Now, the only reason why I will say this, because I have heard of some terminologies. They all are very similar between, and Haitian Creole is broken, is broken. It's a broken language. It's a new language, but it's a broken language. Pretty much, as you know, a language that was thought of by the people of the land. And honestly, it must have been geniuses to actually come up with a own language that they use for themselves. But it consists of a little bit of English. It consists of Spanish. It consists of French.
Right.
Also, in Africa, there are many nations over there that also have languages that consist of Spanish and French. So that's what leads me to believe that even though there could be some indigenousness that is in Haiti, I still don't want to remove the idea or the history that's been given to us that there was that slave trade that brought the Africans over here. Because
I'm sorry, please forgive me. I'm not trying to cut you off, but listen to this. The same names you just called colonized who? The French colonized who?
Everybody.
Okay, so when you talk about the French language is in Africa, it's in America, it's in Haiti, it's in because all of those people got together and colonized all of the land.
So then, as far as like the actual trading of the Africans to, are we saying that the trade part of the Africans coming to America, coming to the Caribbean, that didn't happen?
You keep want to say this. Listen, the ladies, I'm trying my best to find that video. The lady said, she said, why would you bring black people from way over to Africa where people already here? Like, it's hard for us to understand that, but I promise you, I got to get videos because I know we like for people to prove things. I'm just telling you what I've been learning and studying, bro. Listen, we was already here. Every landmass was called indigenous people. That's what they were. White people started that white-black concept thing. And listen, when they conquer you, they rename your island. They begin to sleep with your women, control your TV, control your schools, control everything about you, and begin to pump what they want you to think. This is not over a day or two. This is over years and years and years. And if my black people don't try to get back to a school of their own, I don't know how we're going to do it. We're in trouble here in America.
Can I ask you a question? I agree with you too, Diane, but I want to ask you a question, and this is a question that's leading to something that I want to ask the Big Blue, because I watch his channel frequently. But do you, what is your thoughts about religion, first of all?
I just told you.
I know, but I want you to tell it to Blue and the people, though. What's your thoughts about religion?
The Bible is a slave Bible. And I don't think Christianity was your original thing, Africa's original thing, our original thing.
Let's stop it. Let's stop it right there. Let's stop it right there, because this is what I wanted to ask the Big Blue. What was black people, if we considering us as a whole, let's just put us all as a whole, what was our original religion? Was it voodoo? You
can't do that. You can't do that. You know why you can't do that?
Okay.
Why we can't do that?
Because we was here indigenous and he was there indigenous.
What?
You see what I'm saying? So they had their own thing. We had our own thing. Right? As tribes, different colonies had their own thing.
So then where is the history from that? Because we have Indians that still survive, that still fully, embrace their tradition and still embrace their, their religions from years and years ago before, you see what I'm saying? So it's like there are Haitians that still practice whatever they practice, and it still seems to be the same similar religious, both in when we talk about Christian aspect, of course, a lot of people would, associate that with the European sense. But then on the other side, where we have voodoo, that's the same type of voodoo that we also see in Africa, the white man's Africa.
But that does not make you African. That just You know what I'm saying? Because listen, I don't know how to explain how we got so many similarities. That just was the way back then. I don't know how to explain it, but that's just the way things were. Because listen. So let's talk Africa.
I want to ask you a question before we do talk Africa, though, Diane. What do you assume? Because I don't know if we know. We don't have to know everything. We are using each other to learn from each other. But what do you assume is black people's original religion, or Africans or Haitians or Americans? Because I genuinely believe Haitians are indigenous to their own land.
They are indigenous to their own land, and so is we, and so is African, and so is Jamaican, and everybody is. But listen, back then, the way I'm understanding it, people had their own tribes or groups, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's just use this as an example. Say on your whole island, say there was 150 different indigenous groups, right?
Mm-hmm.
So your group may have practiced A.
Mm-hmm.
Said the other group may have practiced B, and then the next group practiced C, right? So everybody practiced their own thing, right? So, and the reason why I want to go to Africa, because Africa is really a great example of it all, right? So if you look at Africa, you got thousands and thousands of different tribes. Don't all those tribes practice something different?
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Don't they all speak something different? Like I'm talking about their native tongue, something different, right?
Different dialects, right?
But yet they still speak English, which comes from European countries, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, but they still do their own language. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So if you look at Africa with all those thousands of different groups, that's how we were. Now, I'm thinking, can't prove this yet, that they began to group us together. See, a lot of things was forced. Like, say example, take your island. Say if you had 100 different indigenous groups on your island. When they conquered it, they was like, how do we get these people together, keep them from this? It's always about the control, right? So over time, they begin to mesh these people together, for example, right? They begin to mesh them together. So then they brought y'all all into one people.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if you were one people or not. I'm just saying, in my mind, that's the way I'm understanding it from what I'm learning. It could have been 5 different groups over there. It could have been, you see what I'm saying? When you got conquered, we don't know because they don't teach you that, right? It's all a part of what the white people keep out of our head. But it's a paperwork somewhere. Huh?
Because that's their history.
Right. But you studied history that America gave you. That's our problem. Do you study Haitian, what Haiti had? No, because they robbed you of that. Did you not know that Russia, Vladimir Putin, right, over in Russia, Candace Owens went to Russia, and Vladimir Putin told Candace the truth about the slave trade because Russia was a part of the slave trade. Now, he told it because he's mad at America and we mad at them. Just like we mad at Africa right now. That's why we getting a lot of this information because they don't want you to have no connection to Africa, which we're not connected to them. You understand what I'm saying? But because you may have to go to war with them for resources. I may be, over in another area, but I'm just telling you. There is no need. I'm gonna repeat again. This was a professor said this, a black woman. She did a chalkboard. She said white people. She used a circle as the landmass. She used arrows. She said white people understood. She started drawing arrows toward this landmass. She drew it all the way around, and she said one thing white people understood was every landmass they touched was a person of color. And they said to themselves, what if these people of color come after us? Mm-hmm. So that begins to split up. Why do you think white people control everything? They have to. They got to keep us divided.
I hate
that we are in Haitians.
Ultimately, like you said earlier, ultimately they're gonna be extinguished from the land because of our mating. Yeah, there's some areas that I go to. I'm like, there's a lot of mixed people over here. Yeah. And it's like if they keep on mixing like that, then eventually there's going to be far less and less white people. But one thing that I will, and over time, somehow they managed to obtain that power, like we were watching with the video with Kamehameha. Mm-hmm. They obtained that firearm power that gave them the leverage over what seems like all other nations, all other regions, all other areas in the globe, somehow the white people managed to get that power and was able to utilize that to conquer the other lands. But
so you know why? Do you know why? White people is willing to do something that black people, let me tell you something, black people all over the world, they'll fight each other, but will not gather. I see it. Like, I don't understand why we don't see it. This is crazy, right? Like, white people understand the good-heartedness of black people or people of color, right?
yeah,
So when you say white people, I just always say, like, will black people do anything for another black person?
you know what's crazy? Now that you mention that, that's actually pretty. I never thought of it like with black people. We constantly fighting each other, but it's like I don't see white people doing it to that extent.
Listen, white people, listen, they fought when they was in Europe, though. Germans fought against this one, son. Fought against that one, right? All white people. That's from what I'm understanding. They fought with each other all the time, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who did Hitler kill? White Jews. He didn't kill a black person. I don't think. I mean, I never heard about him killing no black people, right? With their gay ass. Okay, right? But anyway, so they bring this over there. They messed up anyway. So they was killing each other. But once again, when they figured out about the people of color, that's why they brought color into play. So when they look, let me say this right here. I'm sorry, y'all. Please forgive me. Listen, it's a guy named Dane Calloway. Remember, right? I promise you, if y'all go to Dane Calloway page,
I watch him.
Who watched Dane Calloway?
I watch Dane Calloway. This Trevor. I'm still here.
How do you watch Dane Calloway and you don't know all this stuff I'm talking about, then?
You know, I'm a working man. I'm a creative man.
Oh,
I'm
my brother.
I'm a multitasking man. So
listen, I understand that, bro. But let me show you something. Do you know the government went up against Dane Calloway?
I didn't know that
they went.
I didn't know that they didn't go up against them because they could have ended them if they wanted to.
No, because listen, how you gonna end the truth? They didn't do it. Dane did the work for us. Dane did the work. Dane did the work. I promise you. You listen to what Dane said. Dane did the work. Dane break that thing down.
Dane the truth. I know he the truth. I know he the truth, Diane, and I appreciate your knowledge of Dane because I listen to Dane, but you can listen to Dane for weeks and months and years. He got so much content out there, though. To be honest with you.
I know it, but yeah, but when he say he make you think, he make you think. Like when I can use what I know and what Dane know, and I promise you that map comes together. But back to the Haitian brother. Let me tell you something. I hate
educate them, Diane. I'm about to wrap the show up, though. I want to end it off.
Okay. No,
I'll let you cook for about 15 minutes. I want you to talk to Blue, and I'm gonna end it off with a conversation with Blue.
All right.
So listen to this, Blue. I hate the fact that we going against Haitians like that.
Wait, who's we? Hold on. Who's we?
No, not
America.
Not, yes.
Oh, okay,
yes.
Okay, yeah.
So I see our FBA brothers, they really down on Haitians, and I don't like it because you know why? White people ain't got votes. Their main thing is white people got two things to go off of: color and divide and conquer. That's it. That's all they got.
Yeah.
And if you don't understand the bigger picture, when that woman said, one day y'all may have to come to Haiti, or your children, or your great-grandchildren, or you don't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't think we should be fighting amongst each other.
No, you're absolutely right. We shouldn't.
How can you blame Haiti for something that the government allowed?
Hold up, Diane. Let him finish his thoughts, Diane. Hold up. Give him a second.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You know, men react a little slower. Go ahead. Go ahead, Blue.
Yeah, I think I'll try to process everything as you're saying that. And I want to be careful with not too careful with my words, but make sure what I'm saying is actually like.
Whoa. Hold on. Why you gotta be careful with your words? I want to know that.
No, not really so much be careful with my words, but make sure what I'm saying makes sense to me before I say it out loud, and that I don't make sense at all.
That's okay. I don't think it's a right or wrong in this room. Ain't they right?
But ultimately, well, not ultimately, but when I'm looking at things now in America, especially with everything that's coming out, the information that this person is saying, that person is saying, but then actually living here in America and the ecosystem that I'm in and that each person is in, it's led me to believe that as of right now, America has to continue to establish itself as a nation, whatever that has to be, just like France does, just like, or I guess Europe as a whole. Well, then let me not even say Europe as a whole, but each other country does out in Europe. It's how Russia does, how China does. They establish themselves and make their mark as to who they are, what they believe in, their morals and all that stuff. America is the one nation of the other worlds where you can, where it's a melting pot.
Right.
And it makes it difficult because now when we allow politics to step into it, you have situations to where you have the people in the far left that say, oh, we want everybody to come in. Everybody has rights. We love all life, this, that, and the third. But then you don't really see exactly what it is that they're putting forth to do so. Yet we have blue states that'll, and this is the interesting thing that I seen when I was back at my previous job during, I think it was when Biden was running before he became president. They had mentioned in the news how they were allowing for a lot of the migrants, the illegal and those that were on TPS, to come into New York. And this is the mayor that was talking. They wanted them to come into New York so that they can increase their numbers so that they can then redistrict and gain more votes. And I'm like, this Democrat person really just said that.
Yeah.
Like, and that really shifted my perspective of the Democratic Party, or at least where it stands right now, because it seems like the way that it is right now was it the same that it was in the past. So we could say the same thing for the Republicans. So it's like everything is just a matter of what can I do to keep our party in power and allow us to progress. For the left, it seems like it's a matter of getting as much people in as we can and, giving them wishful thinking that we're going to do this, do that, but actually not, apply to it. But to the right, especially with the way that Trump is now, Trump is doing diligently to meet the promises that he met at the detriment of people that are really living.
Yeah.
So it's like, now it's like a matter of, all right, so now we're sitting here trying to make these decisions when it comes to politics, when it comes to which side you're sitting on. And I'm on the same as Trevor. I was pretty, left leaning. But then after the last presidency, I find myself seeing the bad stuff seeing the truth, a lot of the truth that I was unaware of for the left, and start to move towards the right. But then I'm seeing like, there's still some stuff on the left that I do still approve of. There's just a lot that I don't. So now I'm seeing the same on both. So I'm finding myself as like an independent, a little more to the right leaning. And Trevor's known that. We've talked about it in the past, but that's just a matter of what, at this point, it's a matter less of which history is still good in history. We still need to know, especially the truth, but where we sit right now and how this nation moves forward, how we move forward in our ecosystem is this is kind of where I have to look at everything. But go ahead, Trevor.
I'm gonna let you close it. Hold up now. I like what you saying, but you sparked a conversation in me and a thought process to ask you.
What though?
And I wanted to ask you this though, Big Blue. I am a conservative individual, but I don't prioritize no politician that doesn't prioritize black people.
Exactly. Exactly.
But what's
That should definitely be the case.
what's
But you know what though?
Let me ask
It's
him.
all a joke.
Can I ask him? Let me ask. I need to ask him this question, Diane. I
Okay,
apologize.
go ahead. Okay, no, it's okay.
What is your thoughts about reparations, Big Blue, in total?
Oh my God! I know you be bringing that topic all.
just
damn reparations, man.
Big Blue gotta be politically correct now. Remember that. Go ahead, Big Blue.
Yo. Okay, now remember where I come from.
Okay.
Mind you, in the environment and the climate that we're in right now, I come from my family that came from a third world, what people politically correct would define as a third world country. My family, most of my family, if you're over 40, you more than likely came from Haiti. So the plight that I see the Black Americans feel, I don't feel it. I wasn't raised to feel it, nothing like that. So I'm already on a different kind of headspace. So when it comes to reparations, it seems like that's something where the Black Americans would feel that plight, would feel like that's something that they're owed. To me, based off of what I know in history, in recent history, that's in the past 100 years, we've been given the rights, we've been given the ability to do as much. Now, I'm not saying that we're going to be in the same foot race, but we've been given the rights and the ability to do as much as the white man can do now. Can we get to that top 1%? I don't really know, but for me personally, I don't even care. Money to me is a means to an end. I just needed to be able to do the minor things that I could do right now, and I'm good. If I can make that money myself, I'm absolutely good with getting that money myself. But when it comes to reparations, it's like, I don't know, when I see a lot of people, especially in the lower income Black community, you can give them X amount of dollars, they're still going to end up in the same situation because they're not going to know what to do with it.
That's right. But let me say this right here. Trevor, I think you can ask an immigrant all you want about reparations. Remember this. Their thought process is not what my and your process is.
Right.
If his mom come from Haiti, his dad come from Haiti, they're going to teach their children the Haitian way. Reparations don't even come in their mind like that.
That wasn't even a thing. The issues that we had during the civil rights movement, I learned about it in schools. It wasn't taught to me by my parents, nothing like that. I wasn't the thing that a lot of Black people do. They are taught to hate white people. I wasn't taught to hate white people at all.
Because you was taught that white people helped you, correct?
I was taught when we started having political talks and like Democrats and Republicans, that's where I was taught that white people were here to that they were here to help us out. But what was more important was that I did what I needed to so that I can have a good future.
I'm gonna ask you a
always independent work.
I'm gonna ask you a question, Blue. What country or groups of people contributed to the devaluing of Haiti or the evolution of Haiti?
Okay, so this is where things. Yeah, this is where things become interesting. So as we know, in I should know this date like the back of my hand, but it continues to leave me.
1804.
There we go. Oh man, you killing me. But but when we received our independence, we defeated France, made France go back to where they came from. For some odd reason, France, boo-hoo, whining and crying, they lost so much stuff. They were here's the crazy thing. France asked for reparations from Haiti for the stuff that they lost. And so America was like, all right, Haiti. And this is where the plight that we received from America. America said, okay, Haiti, you guys have to now pay France back. You can do that by, I think there's like some bank, and I think Citibank has something to do with it as well. To where now we have to pay whatever millions, billions of dollars, third world country, bringing it up from our bootstraps, and we're out here trying to pay off this debt that we can't pay, stuff like that. So that's where
y'all are done paying them now, though.
Oh, we're done paying them. Yeah, now we just have a corrupt government.
But let me show you this right here, though. I just found this out. It's 5 white guys, 2 of them is Jews, and it's all from Europe that controls Haiti. 5. And I can't remember that. What got their name? Dang it. I Googled their name earlier. This guy did some homework on Haiti. 5, 2 of them is Jews, and 3 of them is just, they come from the Ottoman, is it called the Ottoman Empire? Rome or Britain.
The Ottoman,
the Ottoman Empire, yes. That's who controlled Haiti. 3 of them families is linked to the Ottoman Empire. 2 of them are Jews, right?
I think I recall.
There's 5
I knew it was one
families.
guy,
Yep.
but yeah.
It's 5 of them.
Something like that.
It's 5 that control everything about Haiti.
They control, and the chaos that's going on right now, it seems like they're okay with it.
Because you know why? They will destabilize your country.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't act right, they'll come in there and destabilize your country. They will pay people money. They will make sure you're poor.
Hey, what happened
Make
to
sure
my
you're
nigga?
poor.
What happened to my boy Barbecue in Haiti though?
Yo, I don't even know.
What happened to my boy
A
Barbecue?
name like Barbecue?
Yeah.
He was one of the ringleaders in the gangs in Haiti. I don't know what they did with him.
He was one of those gangs that's acting a fool in Haiti.
Now
And you know what?
I thought Barbecue removed the president of Haiti from, or they had something to do with his removal from office.
He killed him, or he removed him from office?
Killed him. Pause. I don't want to say. I don't really want to say that on my platform, but you know, that's the truth.
My bad.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. But let me tell you something. Them folks will destabilize your country. They know you poor because they're keeping you poor, right?
Mm-hmm.
They're keeping your leaders rich, but keeping you poor. And I don't know how to. I don't understand that. But anyway, they make sure your leader rich, who they want to be in there to control it, so you won't see the white face and buck against the white face, and you'll have them arguing amongst each other about something, and they will pay a poor person, example, like the gang that's taking over Haiti now, they could be paying them good money to be able to destabilize your region.
Mm-hmm. And it's only the capital
to
city.
keep you in line.
A lot of people think it's the whole country, but it just seems to be the capital region. But yeah, one of the problems which is going to be hard to overcome is the mentality of the people. Because the way that they seem to be acting over there with the chaos, and well, like you said, they are being paid by, it could be being paid by, the big people to make sure that this chaos happens. But I don't know. I talk with my Haitian relatives that have been here, that left the country, the older ones, and they seem to be on the idea that the people of Haiti, they were doomed from the start to, or at least where it's at in its current state is doomed as far as being able to recover, being able to get past the situation that they're in now, being able to fully regain control. Because before, it's like there's no communication. You could start their little coups and all that stuff. But now they got drones, they got, military people, mercs that could just come out of nowhere and just wipe people out. So they're saying that Haiti as it is right now is just, it's a lost cause.
Didn't they send some Africans in there to try to fight against those gangs?
There was some support that was sent in to fight against the gangs. Yeah, I don't know if they were Africans.
They were Africans. Yep, they were. I saw it. Yeah, I followed it for a little while.
Yeah. I don't know. But it's a weird state.
So let me ask you the last question, then we can go after this. This is my major thing.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think that, if you said everybody on the island is Haitian, or we all Haitians, why do you think, and I know people are going to get along perfectly, but why do you think we go against each other the way, why do you think we go against each other the way we do versus seeing
to figure out, because I mean, we see it today, we've seen it in the past. I mean,
yes, because let me ask you a question. So, do you not agree that white people enslaved everybody around?
the root cause. That's a high level skill that
Ain't
a lot
that
of
simple,
individuals.
though?
It's you would think that's a crazy thing. You would think it's a simple skill to have, but it's a high level skill to sit back and think, you know what, there's this situation that's happening in front of me right now with somebody that's my kin, and I'm sitting here fighting him. It takes a lot to sit back and think, you know what, let me see where the root of this all. Who is it? Why are we even fighting in the first place? How did we get to this spot?
Yeah.
And then look and see
Yeah.
the puppeteer that's like
Yeah.
orchestrating this thing and be like, oh, that's the one. Okay, cool.
Well,
let's go
they
again.
keep us scrapping for resources. So you study trying to, and then when they make everything so expensive, then you're trying to live above your means. Look,
Mhm.
the reality is, at least you all know you have that land, right? What I'm trying to get Trevor to see, because I don't have any children. I'm 56, so
Me
when I
neither.
die,
I'm
I'm
46.
dead, right?
I don't got no children
Right.
either. I'm 46.
Well,
But-
I'm trying to get someone that's having children to understand that if we don't understand that everybody around the world was colonized but got their land back, even if they are still being fucked over, messed over, right?
That's all right.
But they still, black leaders are still in those positions, right?
Yeah.
Everywhere but America, because I hate our black leaders. I don't know why these people refuse to explain to us that this land belongs to us. And they want to keep you looking to Africa so you won't understand this land belongs to you. That's why they allow so many of them. Look,
I want to ask y'all a
sick.
question. Could y'all? I have somebody that's been waiting on the screen too. He ain't even on the phone call.
I'm sorry.
No, you don't have to apologize. I appreciate both of y'all, but y'all have been debating and going back and learning from each other for 56 minutes now. I would have
put some square tribes of Israel on there.
No, don't. Hold on, Diane. We'll discuss that later. Now, I appreciate you now, but please land your plane.
Come on your screen with that.
We're gonna address it.
Man.
Address it in the comment section. Address it in the comment section so we can continue.
I can't type I be having too much to say, and I can't tell him that Israel didn't come about until 1948. Now do his homework on that.
Ooh.
No such thing. The land is called Judah with dark skinned. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
I ain't gonna disrespect
Thank you,
your name.
Diane. I'm gonna close it out with Big Blue. You got my personal phone number. Me and you talk all the time. Thank you for your time, Diane. Have a blessed night.
All right, Big Blue, nice talking to you, all right?
Nice talking to you too, all right, Diane.
But tell that man that Israel is not a real land.
That's a whole separate topic, which is interesting that Ms. Diane
It didn't
says
come
that.
about to 1948. It was named Israel by that Ben Gorham guy. Now go see who he is. Go see who.
Ms. Diane got a lot of.
These people is crazy.
Thank you for your time.
I'm sorry. What?
I'm curious. Now, I'm sorry, Trevor, but it's interesting that Ms. Diane says that. But when it comes to religion and the Bible, you think that the Bible is created by the white man?
Listen,
you know,
the person that conquers you, the winner brings their religion in on you. It's all about who conquered you. They decide what your religion is going to be. They'll kill you if you study your own. Why do you think they said the Ethiopian Bible was hidden? I think everybody had a sense of religion.
Can I hold up for a minute? Gangsta, are you still
Tell
on?
that man that Israel did not come about. I'm sorry. Did not come about to 1948.
I want to give my boy
the man is called Judah. It's named Israel by the white people. Now tell him to stop that mess.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I have somebody waiting. I want Big Blue to.
Okay, I gotta go.
Let Big Blue close out his conversation. Then I'm gonna bring in my boy
Big
Gangsta
Blue.
Love.
Believe me when I tell you.
I'm gonna look some stuff up. We all here, and I'm gonna look it up. I got you, Miss Ann.
Bye.
Land your plane, gang. Land your plane, Big Blue, and I appreciate you, my brother.
I mean, ultimately, at the end of the day, with all the questions that you had in regards, I guess, starting off with reparations, I think that currently in this day and age where we are in America, I do not think that I feel that the black people do not need reparations with the opportunities that's available. I mean, heck, with YouTube, you could damn near be able to pick up something and be able to just maximize on yourselves if you put in the time and the effort that we're able to have. Now, I will say that there will be some difficulties, especially in, a lot of the black communities where we have those that work all the time. But again, a funny comment that or
Trevor,
that
can you hear me?
I tell my wife all the
Most
time.
definitely, I can hear you. Can y'all hear Gangsta Love, the guy that I had
Yeah,
on?
yeah.
I want to interrupt real quick. And please forgive me, Mr. Blue. With all respect due.
No, you're good.
I'm hearing you and what's her name?
Diane.
Miss Diane. I want to say something as a representative of FBA. First off, and I say this with all due respect to the gentleman from Haiti, but you shouldn't have any say so on if we get reparations or not. You're sitting up here saying that we don't deserve reparations because you can get on YouTube and make money. It has nothing to do with today. This is about what our ancestors have paved the way from way back then and died for and wasn't compensated for. So no Haitians should be speaking on what reparations are for us as FBA. We paved the way. You have no ties to America. You don't understand our struggle. You were conquered by the French. And you come over here to America and come up off of what we've paid. So you shouldn't be speaking on what FBA deserves. You have no ties to us whatsoever. And us, please, ma'am, let me speak.
You don't understand.
I do understand. You sitting up here saying that we need to come together as black people. I don't want no Haitian over here with FBA, because if it comes down to war, he's going to be the first one for that white man to want to kill us, to try to take our place and then try to take over everything that we paid. So stop saying that we as FBAs want to join hands with Haitians and Jamaicans. No, we don't. We want total delineation from any other, quote, black group out here. Yes, we are all on the black diaspora, but us as FBAs do not want to be tied with Haitians. They come from that third war torn country. Why don't they go back over there and fix that country, since they so smart and so great and they got all these resources and they come over here benefit? Man, go back to Haiti and go fix your own country, bro.
Let's see what he have to say.
And I'm saying that we're respectful. I'm saying that respectfully. So don't take it personal, but I'm telling you, we don't want you speaking on what we deserve, because you don't know.
That's absolutely fine.
I really wish we would stop asking that question to immigrants, because immigrants do not understand the struggle that we were in.
And I will gladly, and I said that earlier, right? That's not
yes, you said that.
Really know. So I will gladly say you're absolutely right.
So why do y'all answer that question? I wouldn't even answer the question. I hated that my people doing this, because if you take a person who don't understand what the Haitian, what Big Blue don't understand is what was taken from our people. See, we want reparations for what was taken from our people. Literally came here and took our land and killed our people off, and still killing them to today.
So
that didn't happen because you were protected.
Diane, let Big Blue let Big Blue handle
it,
because he was talking.
It was something that somebody told me the other day.
But come on, though.
If we're talking about reparations
right?
Do the Native Americans get the reparations as well?
Listen, the Native Americans already get their money. They get their money. They already get their.
I had a conversation, y'all.
No, because it was just something that I've heard that, something that brought it up. If we're talking about reparations, people that helped build the land, well, we should start with the people whose land it was first. If we're talking about indigenous, we can all say that there are the natives that are here, that are still here, that have their territories out west in the Midwest, wherever it may be. They should. I would say that shouldn't they be able to get reparations as well? Now that's a question for.
They have reparations. They have casinos.
Yeah.
They get to go to college without taking entry exams. They get checks every month from their contributions from their casinos. They get to open up weed dispensaries. That is a form of reparations.
Okay, so then
they have their own sovereignty. They have their own sovereign land. What are you talking about?
Okay, so then my question, so my understanding is because every time I hear reparations when it comes to the Black community, it's always give them a lump sum of money. We're talking different, right?
Okay, so it can be money. Honestly, it should be 3 or 4 different forms. It should be, and then this is my opinion, it should be finances. It should be free education. It should be taxes not paid for so many years. It should be land given back to us, which was stolen, the 40 acres and a mule. Like, bro, I could go on, and I'm not sitting up here as a nigga with my hand out, because I'm a successful Black man myself, and nothing was given to me. So I'm not sitting up here looking for reparations. Don't get it twisted, but it's definitely deserved to us. And going on YouTube and making money because you can do it. No, my ancestors, man, they died and shed their blood for this country and wasn't compensated for it. They died poor, half of them. So it ain't about what we can do to go forward. I want what's owed to me. Just like if I go over to your country and strip all the iridium out of the ground, you're gonna have a problem with it. And if I bring it back over to America, then you're gonna say, hey, no, they took that from us. We want this back, and we want restitution on it. That's written in the Bible if that's what you believe in.
He said he had misspoke, gangster. Let him see what he said. How did you?
Yeah. So what I misspoke is when I was saying in regards to going to YouTube and make money, I wasn't saying in terms of what me and Trevor do. I meant in terms of go to YouTube, educate yourself to be able to pick up a trade or pick up something, a skill, so that you can go out and make money, like you said yourself. And that's always the confusing thing. When we have the successful Black people that come out and do what they need to do, I don't understand why do we still feel okay, I keep saying, wait, let me go ahead and separate myself before I make them upset.
Okay.
Why still feel the need to be owed if you were able to make the success that you have now, when way back in the past there was records of successful Black people was destroyed by white people, and now we're able to now be successful again? So why do we still feel?
Okay, let me answer that for you. Okay. So if you're familiar with how the laws work over here in America, say for instance you go out right now and you hurt somebody in a car accident, what's gonna happen to you? What are they gonna tell you? What is gonna happen? What's the process? They're gonna sue you. You're gonna have to pay them. You're gonna have to pay them for their pain and suffering. So it's no different. My people were not paid for their pain and suffering. That is written in the American Constitution. We weren't able to file lawsuits back then for our pain and suffering. And you can't give me monetary value for restitution of the pain and suffering of my people, which happened back then, which continues to still happen to this day. So again, and then you're sitting up here saying like it's a level playing field. They have discrimination laws. They have housing laws where we can't even move into certain neighborhoods, even if you do have the money. Man, there's so many different roadblocks set up for Black people.
You know, we went to war for systematic. So we went to war and didn't get to participate in the GI Bill. They ran a coup on the Wilmington massacre. You know, they tore down the Tulsa, Rosewood,
Black Wall Street. We can go on and we can go on. We can go on. White people's history is pestilence, pederasty. barbarism, colonialism, and I'm just scratching the surface. So again, all respect due. I like some Haitians, but Haitians should not be speaking on anything about FBA. Y'all need to worry about your own people and what y'all got going on over there with them Asians taking your Heridium and whatever else y'all got going on. But y'all don't need to be worried about FBAs and speaking on FBA because, I mean, y'all over here living off of us, bro. If you keeping it real, everything that y'all benefit from is because of what my ancestors have paid for your people. And it's, I find it real disrespectful that for you, like, I know a bunch of Haitians and that's their mind frame. Like I say, man, if it ever was to go down, I want nothing to do with any hate.
I don't think that Blue is. I think the Blue is
Colonialism.
American. Blue, you
Well,
ain't
he's
a
saying his
original.
background is from Haiti.
His background.
His
Say that one more
people
time.
is.
Yeah, my people. I was born in Jersey. Yeah.
Yeah, your mind frame is that of a Haitian. When you get proud
Right.
and you see that Haitian flag, do you pledge to it or do you pledge to American flag? And like, if you said
I
Haiti,
mean,
I
when
would
I see
expect
a
that.
Haitian flag,
That's where
I'm
you
proud to
from.
be. I'm
Let him
proud to be
respond.
Haitian, but at the end of the day, I was still born here in America.
Yeah.
I
Like,
get
I
that.
go back to Haiti. I don't know nothing about Haiti. At the end of the day, I'm American. I was born here. This is where my citizenship is. And honestly, I'd rather be here than any other country. Am I still Haitian at heart? Yeah. But so are many other people from other nations, plenty of Hispanics that are from other countries, but are diehard Americans that enjoy America, that even migrated over here and glad that they got their citizenship and will prefer to pledge allegiance to America if anything was to go down with their country. But I mean,
Let me ask you this, if I may. What type of woman have you married? Where's she from? What she look like? If you bring home a black FBA woman to your mama, what's she gonna say? What's that?
Say that one more time, that last part.
I say it one more time. I didn't hear you.
No, I tell Gangsta.
No, I was saying
Gangsta asked you.
I didn't hear that last part.
Gangsta asked you, Blue, if you bring home a black foundational black American woman to your family, how would they react?
Exactly. That exactly. I'm waiting, Blue. You laughing? Let's go. Tell me, because I already know the answer.
I would say she would have a lot of work to do to convince my parents that she is a good woman, and even then, they'd probably still have some reserves.
Well, I appreciate you for keeping it 100% real, because my first wife was petitioned, and I had to beat her daddy up because he thought that, hey, word FBA wasn't around then, but I'm a nigga, and you know how Islanders feel about Americans. So I had to put hands and paws on him to let him know, hey, bro, you not finna look down on me. 20 years later, 5 years later, after me and his daughter separated, I had custody of my daughter. I've raised my daughter and put her in college. When my daughter graduated, he wanted to come over and shake my hand and say, hey, man, I'm sorry for misjudging you. I told him, go fuck yourself. Excuse me for my French, Trevor. But that's real, bro. Like y'all ain't better than us. I don't know why. Y'all hair is nappy. Y'all got a nigga nose spread across y'all feet, and your skin is just as black as me. So don't get it twisted, bro. FBA ain't begging for no Haitians or no Jamaicans. And I mess with y'all. Y'all some good people. Y'all make good food, some good music, and y'all got some smart ones on that side too. But at the end of the day, y'all not better than FBA, bro. I'm sorry. And your women like us. Your women love us. Your men want to be like us. When you go to the club, they dress like us. We not dressing like y'all. If I'm keeping it 100.
See, that's a whole different territory that I'm not a part in. But yes, to your point, yeah, you're right.
Hey, I want y'all to do something too, because I feel like y'all can further this conversation Big Blue Reacts have his own platform too, though. Gangster has.
Yeah, I'm gonna tap into him. I'm an upcoming YouTube person, so Blue, I'm gonna check into you, man. We can have this conversation again and again. Everything I said to you, it's not personal.
Yeah.
Gangster of love, just
No,
so don't take it like that.
all good.
I respect you. You're a friend of Trevor, so
it's nice to have this conversation, man.
Absolutely.
I'm also, like I've mentioned in my videos in the past, like where I'm looking for, getting a better understanding of the Black plight, because like you mentioned, this is a territory that is not my background. So I'm just there trying to understand it. Of course, I'm going to have my opinions and my views. And I talk a lot about the Black community, but what I deem as the Black community is, of course, the negative Black community. But even then, it's like, what is the difference between the Black people that I guess act white and the Black people that act Black?
So when you say Black people that act white and like acting white, like if you know the history of white people, it is that of barbarism, pederasty. Like, white is not right. I don't know why you guys think that white people are the greatest magicians on this earth. They're all lies. It's all lies.
Okay, so what does that look like? If I work my job, I come home to my neighborhood, my suburban neighborhood that's secluded out in the woods. I like my quiet. I like my peace. I like to be able to, cut my lawn and say hi to the neighbors and not deal with, rowdiness, ratchetness, loud music coming up and down the streets or gang-like activity that's being around. Is that considered white?
So what you're saying is what the masses want you to believe that white people are. But if you actually do your numbers and statistics, because I know a lot of people like to play, like all Black people don't ride around listening to rap music loud.
No,
like
you're right.
That's a stereotype.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the part of that culture that I'm talking about. So it's like it's either one or the other. It's either you're of that culture that entertains that rowdiness, or you're white Black.
No, that just means you're a civilized person. That's all that means. That's not really a color thing. That just means you're a civilized person. But what if I told you a lot of white kids come home and shoot meth, die from meth overdoses? Go look that up. Do you know how many white men out here abuse their women? Do you know how many white men go out here and get DUIs? So if I say, hey, I'm going out here and I'm getting a DUI like these white folks, what would you say? Go look at the numbers.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. I have another channel where I look at body cam videos and they do the same. Yeah.
Can I say something?
Oh, Miss Diane, you still there?
You heard Diane.
I'm still here. He called me back in.
You heard Diane. Give the boys a soliloquy.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
No, because he said something that, let me show you something. I know this. The things that he's talking is really just talking points and what the media tells him. He don't even know that those numbers are correct. I'm just being honest with you. I have realized that this media is really messed up. And if somebody keeps telling you, if you notice, they always show the bad side of Black people. Always.
You're right.
And if that's all you see every day, all day, every day, all day, that's what you're going to think. Now, let me tell this to you. Was you born here in America? Now, be honest. Was you born here?
Yeah, I was born in New York. I mean, New Jersey.
Now, you're still here with a totally different paperwork than me and the FBA. I'm FBA also. You have totally different paperwork. The government knows you from me. You understand what I'm saying? Me from you. Now, Trump just flipped this birthright citizenship thing. So you could be fixing to lose your birthright citizenship. Not meaning that you are the country, but that you will not be considered a citizen anymore. He just did this like a few days ago. Now,
well, the birthright. Okay, so I yes, you are right. He did flip, or he put in an executive order. So it's not set in stone yet. Right. But as far as I didn't dig too deep into it because
but they're working. He did that to stop it for now. But they're I'm telling you, they're ready to get rid of the immigrants, the ones they want to get rid of, the way they want to get rid of them. It's
So
all
this is
about
in
a control
regards to
thing.
those that are here under TPS. Unlike a lot of, and I do have family members that are here on TPS.
No, that has nothing to do with TPS. This here ain't not the one he just put in. The one they're trying to get past will be, once again, I don't know how they're gonna set that up. I'm still watching it, but this has nothing to do with TPS. Nothing.
Okay, so
It's gonna be citizenship as a whole. They're gonna go back in the files way back when because they're mad at China. They're gonna get as many Chinese out here as they can. They're gonna go backdate this thing.
That'll be interesting.
Now, not saying that you and your mother or whoever would be a part of this, but he's gonna backdate this. Let me bring you up on the Indian thing. You know how you brought the Indians in this thing, right? You know how you said the Indians should get paid first. Let me explain to you how the Indians became a part of America. Part of what they originally found. When they originally came here, it's about the 13 colonies: Virginia, North Carolina, South Carolina, Georgia, Arkansas, Mississippi, around that way, right? The 13 colonies. And I got a map that I can send you, and you will see 13 colonies. The land mass is still here. So as we bought different land mass, you buy the people too. The people come along with the land mass. Alaska, that's owned by Russia. Them folks them people that we thought was Indians, they are Siberians. They come from Russia. But because Russia owned Alaska connected to our land mass, we connected to Russian land mass. When they conquered us, Russia took over Alaska end of it, right? I don't want to get this all confused or whatever, but when you buy a land, you buy the people too. Why do you think those Indians are not citizens of America? Do you know why? Because when we bought the land from Spain, France, whoever owned that particular territory, right?
No, Miss Diane, I'm a little confused.
I'm telling you. Okay. Well, let me tell you. Example. So the 13 colonies was the South. Why do you think the South is so important when it comes to voting? Don't you know always talking about the South, the South, the South, the South. That's why, because those were the colonies that was there, right? Now, when you talk about Louisiana, we purchased that. California, we purchased that. I know it was wars and stuff like that, but different Spain, France, Germany, Russia owned those lands. Hawaii, we bought that, but different people in Europe owned that. California, different people conquered that, right? So as they sold this land out, America bought it. So when you buy the land, when you buy Arizona and you got indigenous Indians on it, the indigenous Indians came along with the land. But America don't have to take care of them.
So my only question is, with the indigenous people that came in, when the Europeans came into America and established the 13 colonies, the indigenous people should have already been.
They didn't establish anything. It was already there. I don't mean to talk over you, but they didn't establish anything. It was already there.
The 13 colonies was already.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Black people was in the, listen, you know how they used to call it Christopher Columbus Day? It's no longer Christopher Columbus Day anymore. It's called Indigenous. Do you know why?
Because they wanted to make it sound not as
Oh, no, sir. No, sir. They ain't using no name like indigenous just to be using it, because we are the indigenous people to this land. No, they ain't trying to calm nothing down. I'm telling you.
I'm struggling to follow this one, Ms. Dan.
When they purchased Oklahoma, they purchased those Indians with Oklahoma. I'm sorry. Go ahead, brother. I don't want to.
I want Big Blue to speak too, though. But what was it? And I want Gangster to get back into this conversation also. But
okay, go ahead.
I got a question for Blue.
Talk
when you get a chance.
Yeah.
Talk to him.
Go ahead.
So Blue, let me ask you this. Are you familiar with Miami and you know how the Haitians pretty much run Miami? You know what is you?
Yeah.
I'm sure you heard of Zopound. You know what that is, right?
Yeah.
So you do know like the Haitians that run Miami, the Zopound Nation. Those dudes are like
Mhm.
gangster. I'm from California, but
Right.
you know them Haitians
Yeah.
they take stuff to a whole different level. So
Yeah.
my question with
Oh yeah,
for the
man.
Haitians, and I know you probably can't speak to that because you're not a gang member. You don't sound like you sound like a square dude like me, and that's good. But what do you have to say for those Haitians out there that terrorize, run the drugs? They literally occupy the city of Miami and have it by, they run it. Why are they not civilized?
And this
And
is
whose fault is that?
and
Because you
this
know where they got that from,
you're
right?
absolutely right. I don't know
Barbecue.
who they got that. Oh,
Let's go. Come on, Blue. Let's keep it real. I
but
got time.
but to to that point, and this is where I hold my allegiance to America, like I was saying before. As far as like immigration, to me, if you're coming from outside of this country, even my family's homeland country, which is Haiti, if you are out here committing any type of heinous crimes like drugs, violence, gangs, anything like that, you can go back to your country because this shouldn't be where you out here doing all that. Out of your, like in most other countries, and you'll hear Republicans say this all the time, in most other countries, they're not going to allow you to do that. They're going to, look, Stephanie Griner, right? That WNBA player, all she did was just bring some type of cannabis to Russia and they locked her. I don't know if there was something extra going on over there or like some intentional plot, but it's like you commit crimes in other countries, it's not going to fly. So to me, the same should apply here. We got Haitians that's coming over here doing heinous crimes. Yo, send them all back. But then it's like, how do we grow? How does Haiti, and this is coming from, me being a Haitian myself, how does Haiti grow into a nation that it could be, into a great nation, into a nation where it flourishes? When the people itself are still doing these heinous acts and causing those that are trying to work, trying to make a living, forcing them to flee and come to America.
Blue, can I ask you something? Is it in your mind that one day America could change its rules and you could be sent back to Haiti? Be honest with me.
No.
Come on, bro. Come on. You're not being honest.
I don't
Okay.
see that.
Do you know you're only a citizen on paper because the government allow you to be a citizen on paper? Did you know that?
Yeah, I don't see any, unless there's something in the Constitution that
no, sir. I'm please forgive me. No, sir. You don't know what you're talking about, and no disrespect to you. You're only a citizen because they allow you to be a citizen. Why you think they own the birthright citizenship? You only a citizen. Anytime they ready to send you, I don't care. Listen, they know you. They know your mom. They know your children. They know your children's children. White people about that paperwork. So you got something different than we got. I keep repeating it because they know who you are, right? And whenever they're ready to change the laws to send you back to Haiti, they can do that. I'm gonna repeat again. The land belongs to us.
Can they do that on? Because I'm saying so. Okay. So,
reversing citizenship. That's it. That's all it takes to send every immigrant in this land back. Every immigrant.
So so answer me this. Do you really think, I understand the Republicans and all this stuff, they're doing a whole bunch of crazy stuff, but you really think that at some point that they would just flip the switch and cause all the immigrants, all the those that are not naturally born here in America,
no,
shift it? Okay, so then what? No, so that's the reverse of what you're asking me.
No. What I'm saying to you is, listen to this right here. We're in a trade war, right? We're in a trade war. So we go into a 99-year contract. Hear me and you hear me well. When they doing trade wars, example, It depends on who you decide. You got America, you got China, and you got the Middle East right now. The big three. They call them the and China winning right now. I'm being honest. China winning right now, and we pissed off. So anything linked to China, I don't just mean being Chinese. I mean for China controlling certain territories and areas. They want you out of here for the most part. They're not gonna allow you to take the resources from here, right? You got to go over on the China end, not to China, but China has to make the resources for you. That may not make sense to you, but I know what I'm trying to say, right? So if China, I know it may be a little bit, but I'm telling you, if China controls your area, right, then China needs to give you your resources. America not going to let you come here and take resources from us, right? That they have to give us resources. That's why he said America first.
Right.
Because of the resources. We used to govern the whole world. Why do you think they pull them bases back out of different places? Because we don't govern the whole world anymore. Okay. It's a whole new trade deal going on.
Let them give you a response.
Please.
I'm sorry.
So with that being said, because so my parents came here. They didn't come here under no temporary status or anything like that. They've received their citizenship here. It's not no green card like a lot of Haitians that aren't on TPS. They full citizen Americans. And thus I'm also full citizen American. So even if what you're saying is correct and they do ship Haitians back, I would see that would first hit those that are here legally, which they should be sent back anyways. Those that are here on TPS because they're not citizens, and maybe even those that are on green cards because they are also not fully citizens. But it stops there because anybody else that comes into America, they've gone through the whole process to be full citizens. Thus, they have residency that they can stay here.
But you don't understand this right here. So you take 99 years ago, a contract was made 99 years ago.
Right.
Right? I wasn't born, you wasn't born, and my dad probably, so you talking what, 100 years ago was what, 1826? No. Am I wrong?
1926. But
1926, right? 1926. The agreement was made in 1926. My dad was born in 1922. So I understand what you're saying, and I understand why they allow immigrants to come in here and work and this, that, and others, all about the dollar bill, right? And to grow the country. I get that. But what I'm saying to you is, with this new trade deal, it's very important. We've never been through this before in our life, right? So your parents is not a natural born citizen here.
Right.
And I'm not saying they will. I'm just letting you know that we're in a trade war. And if we don't control Haiti, I'm meaning the Europeans don't control Haiti. If China control Haiti, remember what I told you.
Okay.
Remember what I told you. If China control Haiti, that means China got to give you your resources. You cannot get resources here. Now, I don't understand. I don't really know what they'll look like, but I'm telling you.
Okay. Let me let Gangster get some get in this involved if
Okay,
he still
that's fine.
want to, because he's still on the screen.
That's fine.
But I got
That's fine.
I got a conversation about the whole Caribbean being owned by China. But Gangster, was you still tapped in?
Jamaica. Mm-hmm.
I don't think Gangster Love is here no more. You gone, Gangster?
He's not here.
Nah, he not here no more. I'm gonna let y'all continue on with the conversation. Then I'm gonna end the show off. I've been on for 4 hours now. That's basically a part-time job.
No, but look, Jamaica. Listen, do you see China sending them Jamaicans back? Do you know what America told Jamaica? Do you know why the Jamaicans are still here? Because Jamaican accepted being a port to send people to that didn't want to go back to their own country.
Listen,
it's called a third port.
Let me ask you something, Diane, too, though. If me and you try to go to Australia and we only got 30 days to be there, they'll do the same thing. That the United States is the most lenient country when it comes to people trying to come here and stuff. You go to Russia, you go to Australia, you go to Greenland or whatever, they are more harsh. They are harsh towards us. So those people, I understand why people taking advantage of America, because when I go to other countries, they promote it as if America is the land of milk and honey. It's sweet. And then when they come over here, they be like, damn, I didn't know I was going to have to work 12 hours a day, 7 days a week to obtain a regular ass house in the South. It's just a misconception. They don't even have an understanding of what's really going on over here. So it's just a whole bunch of foolishness, to be honest with you, though. But I want y'all to finish.
It's a lot that goes into it.
Yeah.
America wants you to come here and spend them tax dollars with it. It's a whole setup. Like, even the lawyers get paid through immigration and all that old messed up crazy stuff. It's crazy.
They do.
It's crazy.
Yeah. And that's the whole capitalistic part of it. There's a way to maximize and get an income off of just about anything in America. And there's a positive aspect of it, which I love, which allow for people like Trevor, people like me, people like homeboy at the homie, able to be where they're at. But at the same time, there's also the negative aspect of it, where it does become at a detriment, where it does put people in bad positions, which is, for people like me that really follow the Bible to a T as most possible as we can, we don't look at capitalism to that degree. The second that it becomes a detriment to our brother, to anybody, then we're not even looking towards that type of advancement or whatever opportunity that it can be. But that takes a level of integrity that,
I'm sorry for cutting you off, but I want to ask you something too, because I'm a person that has read the Bible a multitude of times. I might not be a religious individual though, but I think that we might need to do a collaboration on the studies of what biblical scriptures and capitalism. How do they coexist, or if they're even mentioned in coexisting anyway?
Oh, I would need like a month to do some research myself and dive into the capitalism aspect, if it does exist in the scriptures. But yeah, what's the question?
What do you think about that, Diane? And I want to land us.
I think it all plays a part, because in order to keep you in the Bible, it says that what does it say, that the rich, something about the rich money's gonna, like, one day God gonna take the money and give rich people money to poor people.
That the first will be the last, or that rich. Well, one thing that a lot of people say, especially when they talk about the Bible being or Christianity being the white man's religion, that they say in the scriptures, where it says that that the poor will receive theirs in heaven, and say that they utilize that so that the people here that's living now don't try to advance themselves. But that part of the scripture goes, when it comes
now,
to poverty.
Think about that. Come on, look, listen. Think about what you just said. A person that greedy of money gave you a Bible and told you to get yours in heaven while he's getting his on the land.
You're absolutely right. They definitely could have utilized, even to this day, churches, especially black churches, will utilize specific scriptures to their advantage. It's not even just the white people at this point. It's black churches that do the same thing. And that's the problem, is that when it comes to the Bible, when it comes to the scriptures, we, and the unfortunate part about it is that, and the crazy thing is, it even says it's in the scriptures that there will be those out there that will try to preach the scriptures, that will try to preach the word, but bring false doctrine, that will bring false prophecies, and just bring flat false information. They're essentially the wolves in sheep's skin, just to get their own gain. So we see that with the white people in the 1800s and during the slave trade. And then we see that now with a lot of churches just in general, where they speak false doctrine, where they use one sentence in the scripture and then try to make a whole agenda out of it, where it's like, if you just read that whole chapter, you'll see that whatever it is that you pulled, you're reaching for it. It happens all the time. And that's the unfortunate thing when it comes to people with the Bible, because then they discredit the Bible. They discredit the faith and not think that it's anything that's true. When it's like, you have to look at it from its core and not from those that are teaching it. We have people that are supposed to guide us in the faith, but at the same time, as it says in the Bible, we are all human and we are doomed to sin. We are doomed to fall to sinful natures. We are doomed to want to, get a one-up on somebody or take advantage of people and manipulate people. There's people out here that will do that and use the scriptures to do that. It's important that we read it ourselves, and not just, the Bible that I was hearing recently that during slave times, they were given a Bible where they took out specific scriptures. We're not reading that Bible
right now. That's the same Bible.
Now, this is why it's important that we don't just go off of the scriptures that we have in all the books, but we go off of the manuscripts and what is written in the Hebrew text, because ain't no white man gonna write in Hebrew. Tell me what man's gonna write.
Whoa. Where do you get the Hebrew text from?
The Hebrew text comes from the what do we call it? We got some of it from the Dead Sea Scrolls, from the manuscripts that was written, that's out in, again, the white man's Africa.
Why do you keep linking yourself to Africa?
Because that's where. Okay.
Hold on. Why do you keep linking yourself to Africa?
Because.
Hold on. So if you knew that you was not from Africa, would you still be talking about them same strolls? Would them strolls matter to you? No. If you knew that Africa played no part in your life, then would you still link them strolls to yourself?
If I didn't know that that's where it came from, then no, I wouldn't.
So I'm gonna say, let's hypothetically here.
Mm-hmm.
You're not linked to Africa.
Okay.
Now, what are you gonna do with a Bible that I was told was inspired by God, but I found out it was written by a gay Jew king over in Europe that summoned somebody to write the Bible for him?
I'm gonna tell you something.
There's the king.
Go ahead. Go ahead. My
fault. Yeah. No, I know. I can't say that word. Okay.
Go ahead, Blue. Let Blue respond to you, Diane. Please let Blue respond to you.
So that goes to the King James version that you're referring to, which it was he had to pull the Bible from somewhere. And over time, and after many archaeologists has been over there to nations that both been here in America and has both been there in Africa, has both been there in the Holy Land itself, and been through all over the nations that go and actually study the manuscripts, the actual text in which that was translated from King James, and actually verified with that. Now you can stick and say that that part isn't true or that didn't really happen, but
remember, every tribe has their own thing.
Mm-hmm.
If every tribe has their own thing, what do name a tribe and let's Africa.
Hey, I know the biggest religion in his original tribe. I know the biggest religious. I think Blue knows also. I ain't, Blue my boy. I don't want to come at him, but
I'm just saying, if you got different tribes, no two tribes doing the same thing, Blue. So if no two tribes doing the same thing, and who colonized us gave us the religion that Africa used, that Haiti used, that Jamaica used, that American used. I'm just saying, come on now.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Hang on. Listen, you don't even realize that Africa is dismantling that Christian Bible and that Muslim Bible. They dismantling not the Muslim. Africans practice the Muslim, but because they was colonized in the 99-year contract up now, they done said no to that stuff. I'm telling you, each tribe had their own thing.
You know what? Okay, since you telling them that, what was the beliefs of the people from Haiti? I know what they religion.
I cannot tell. Yeah, because you're Googling it, but it's for, I don't know. I don't even know what ours was.
I knew years before I'm having this conversation, and I know Blue knows the biggest religious.
And that's fine.
It's voodoo. It's voodoo. I just asked. I said that when he first came on the show.
Yeah.
I said, is voodoo the black man's original religion? I said that 2 hours ago.
Could be, because I remember when Haiti had the earthquake, and I heard a girl that was on there. She was complaining about how all the money that people sent them, that Haiti was not getting the money. They chopped all the money up into buying stuff to be able, like equipment and all this stuff, but the money never reached the people, and they was complaining about it. And then she was talking about how something was being discussed about Haiti, and she said it's not called voodoo, it's called voodoo.
Voodoo, yeah.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, she said it's not voodoo, it's something, whatever the word she said. That's been years ago. I'm trying to get him to see this Bible, is what I'm trying to get him to see. The same man that colonized all of us gave us all the Bible. The only place they said, one of the places in Africa that was not colonized was Ethiopia, they said. They said Ethiopian hid their Bible. But if you got all these different tribes, don't you think some people do something different? They all don't do the same thing. They don't have the same religion. The only same religion they have in common is what the white man from the year that colonized us gave us. I was wondering why my dad never went to church.
Okay. With that being said, how do we have records of Romans, of those in Siberia, Lebanon, that were Christians prior to these 100 years? Because we have dates, especially what happened.
But who gave you the date? Who gave you the date?
These are dates that were provided by those, especially like in Israel and the Jews that actually studied, that don't follow the faith, but can verify that there were those that followed the faith way back when.
Why do you want to connect yourself with Israel that came about in 1948?
No, not.
Brother, that land was not called Israel. That land was called Judah, and it was black people in that land. Why do you keep want to connect yourself to these different lands? Who cares what, I'm just telling you, who cares what Iran do? Who cares what Jamaicans do? Who cares what, I'm just giving an example. What we got to figure out is what we done. But one thing we know for sure, them people kept their stuff just like Iran. They talked about how they was colonized. and taken over by the Ottoman Empire. I want to say the Ottoman Empire. The man in Iran, the historian guy, said they pretend and they laid low until they was able to take over and run them people out their land, but they never stopped practicing their stuff. So different lands did different things.
Okay.
Iran is not.
That being said, where do the Haitians get their voodoo from?
It was something that was already there within the land before the white folks got there. Your Christianity came.
The same thing that the black people out east across the Atlantic.
Listen, I'm gonna repeat again. The land mass was different, right? And
it wasn't different that long ago, and that's where I was getting confused with again your geography when you were explaining the stuff as far as like Alaska and the Indians. Like the landmass wasn't that close enough, that connected enough during that time frame for the.
Alaska is connected to the United States. What are you talking about? You were
saying when you were saying that Russia was connected to Alaska.
Russia and Alaska is 48 miles apart. Now you tell me.
Okay, I'll give you that.
I'm telling you, you can walk from Alaska, start in Alaska, and walk all the way across to Russia. Yes, sir. You can. You can. I'm telling you, 48 miles apart. I was so surprised when I found that out. They linking you because of your color. They linking you with a color, not as a people. I told you the lady said one thing white people understood. Listen, this information I got, I'm learning from Chinese people. I'm learning from a white guy from Europe that was born in America. Talk bad and keep it real about white people in America. He said he could not see straight till he got up out of here. He lived in the Middle East. I'm learning from Middle East. I'm learning from everybody. They will not teach us this here in America. It's about control. Now that all of the countries are in cahoots with each other, it's all about keeping whoever you got your contract with. That's who you're gonna keep and teach them whatever you want them to teach to. Black people don't even realize that Jews and Arabs control their schools here. In America. You want to know what in the world do Jews and Arabs have to do with our schools because they indoctrinating your children? I'm just being honest with you. And if black people don't get their children out these schools and do something about it, they're going to have something. Anyway, I don't have any children. But look.
So, all right. So let me ask this. I wanted to ask FDA. Oh, I keep forgetting. It's Gangster, right?
I think Dexter gone.
I don't think he's on the phone anymore.
Okay, I wanted to ask him before, but I didn't get around to it, and bringing back the reparations conversation. So with that being said, if I keep saying we, I do that all the time. I keep interjecting myself, and I guess that's a flaw that I have. When it comes to the Black Americans and reparations, who is the party that's going to give them the reparations?
It comes from a fund that's already there.
There's a fund that's there.
The same fund when a police officer, that's where it comes from.
I have a take on this, and I'm fatigued a little bit. We've been on here for about 4 hours too, though. I ain't never did a live this long.
Next time.
But the word give caught my attention though, Blue.
Yeah.
To expect to be gave something from a people who took from so much is blasphemous. It has to have an impact and an effect on them for them to give anything, because even when they give, they're taking the government.
You better preach.
So I just feel like nothing will be gave until the foundation of Black Americans, or if it's not us in totality, it's all people that identify with Black in totality can come together to obtain it. But, it has to be a unification that's going to have an impact on that capitalist system that they created that makes them want to, the key word is give something. Because they ain't giving nothing.
Do you believe that Yeah. Do you believe that the Black Americans will get to that point?
I would love for that to happen, but I don't believe in my lifetime it'll happen.
So to a point, I guess to a point to everything that Miss Diane is saying, it seems like the Black Americans are in the same situation as the Haitians.
Exactly. I didn't I just tell you that? And so are the Africans, and so are the Jamaicans, right? Listen, China and America act like they all into it. They do that crap for TV. It's all about the dollar bill. Listen, in the 2030 agenda, this is a 2030 agenda. By 2030, it should be a whole different thing. Y'all may not notice it. I do notice it because I know what to notice.
Hey,
they
Diane,
used to.
Oh, keep going. We got Gangsta on the line now. Are you back, Gangsta?
Oh, Gangsta back.
Okay, bring it. Listen, you know how they used to show all the negativity about Black folks all the time? Have you not noticed they saying, oh, Indian killed somebody here, or a Haitian did that there, or a Mexican did that there? They got to do that because the UN promised Black Americans and Hispanics that things will change. If y'all read the 2030 agenda, I don't have to even speak on it, but they will not put it in writing.
We'll do a show on it next week.
But they won't put it in writing for us, they said. But go ahead, I'm sorry.
They're not going to do it. Give and do.
They're just going to do it.
Yeah, give and do, like having an expectation that somebody is going to give something to you that has took for hundreds of years is kind of crazy. But I want to see if Gangsta want to give his take because he been on hold for a while. Talk to us, Gangsta.
I'm listening.
So I'm gonna say this and I'm gonna get off, man. And Trevor, man, you my guy, man. I appreciate you, man. And you do, hey, your show A1, man. Professional.
Thank you.
Well put together, produced, great show. Blue, I don't give a damn who comes up with these reparations. You want to know why? When y'all was running around with these goddamn Ukrainian, we support the Ukraine. When they was giving $50 million for condoms over in the Saudi Arabia, when they spending goddamn $100 million on research for white males who are into pederasty and this and that, goddamn, listen. You can afford to give me reparations. I don't give a damn where they come from. You want to know why? Because the money is going to go back into the community. And I always hear people say, oh, well, they're going to go off and blow it on Gucci. Oh, they're going to go off and buy cars. I don't give a goddamn. It's going to go right back into the American system, and it's gonna help the American economy. We want our goddamn reparations. Will we get them? Probably not. But we deserve them hands down, and I don't give a damn where it come from. As a matter of fact, we can go get them from you Haitians that's moving dope down there in Miami. No, I'm out. I'll holler at y'all later. I appreciate you, Trevor. Y'all have a blessed night.
All right.
Hey, hold on.
But no, on the career, they're not going to give you reparations because you know why? They feel like God gave them the right to do what they did. The Pope gave, when you read that papal doctrine,
hold up one second, Diane.
The papal doctrine going to tell you that is why they treated us like shit, because they had the God-given right to treat us like that. And I don't think we'll ever get anything.
Hold up one second. Hold up one second.
Do they have to treat us correctly now? Yes.
I had to let her go. Jesus Christ. I had to let her go. Big Blue.
Hello?
You still here, Blue? Can you hear me? Oh, we up off of this thing then, man. Big Blue, can you still hear me? Can you hear me, family? Hold on. Hey, man, if y'all watching the show and y'all can hear the boy, y'all far too kind for tuning in to the show. I'm very appreciative. Dope show tonight. Salute to the Gangster of Love. Salute to Taz. Salute to Big Blue. I appreciate y'all. Most definitely salute to Diane for being so passionate and educating us on the show. I'm gone. I appreciate y'all, man. Peace, love, plenty of abundance. Make sure you go get you some paper, and I'm out this thing, man. Real talk.
At the very same time that America refused to give the Negro any land, through an act of Congress, our government was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest, which meant that it was willing to undergird its white peasants from Europe with an economic floor. But not only did they give the land, they built land-grant colleges with government money to teach them how to farm. Not only that, they provided county agents to further their expertise in farming. Not only that, they provided low interest rates in order that they could mechanize their farms. Not only that, today many of these people are receiving millions of dollars in federal subsidies not to farm, and they are the very people telling the black man that he ought to lift himself by his own bootstraps. Now, this is what we are faced with, and this is the reality. Now, when we come to Washington in this campaign, we are coming to get our check.
This podcast is for entertainment.
I stopped looking because I see too much. Diamonds shining, but is it really moissanite? Wondering through my success, feeling real high. Taking a chance and a dance with fate, dodging the fall. He said slither like a snake so you can have it all. Only to find what the money and the power can really do. It's more to success. If not me, then who? When you roll through the trenches and your mindset pulls you, and you ascend to greater heights to make the success truth. Not faking, but making a legacy, something I would sit here to do. If I struggle and learn, and you watching, you learn without going to. And my diamonds, really diamonds, I can share with you. Listening to the beat in the sand, asking, if not me, then who?
The Trevor Jackson Podcast.